Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sock Knitting Weekend. My name is Johnny Vasquez, and I am going to be your host for the next 4 days. Let me see if I can find my name. There we go. Yeah. So, over the next 4 days, we are going to be exploring the world of socks in ways that you have never done before. And if you've never attended one of these events before, we host them live for 3 or 4 days in a row. You'll be able to watch the live stream either on our special page that we put together or on our YouTube channel. And you'll have 48 hours to watch those replays after we're done. So those replays start after we're done. So basically, when we finish the next day's event, or 2 days after, then the replay will come down. So you have plenty of time to be able to enjoy the event for free. If you haven't registered for the event yet, if you're watching us on one of our social channels, you can go to yarnist.co/socks and you can register for free to get the replay access. Now, I'm going to talk through a little bit of how the day is going to work. We're going to go through our itinerary, and then I'm going to do a quick introduction to those of you who don't know me or aren't familiar with the Yarnist. And so let's jump into the itinerary for this week. Let's see. Okay, so today we are on day one. Right now we are in the kickoff call. It is Thursday, June 19th. Happy Juneteenth to everyone in the States. Once we finish this kickoff call, we'll take a short break, and then we're going to jump into our first session. That's going to be all about the 10 levels of sock knitting, where we'll show you sort of what's possible, all the way from really easy to some really more challenging techniques. Then we've got an amazing session with Ann Hansen, who is the owner of Bare Naked Wools, and she's the creative director there. She literally designs yarn for a living. So she's going to be talking all about sock yarn and how to knit with natural fibers. Then we're going to have a talk on color and choosing color for your socks. So this is kind of like color theory for knitters. Then we've got a Q&A at 1:30 p.m. And we're supposed to have Sophia Talley with us, but she might be under the weather, so we'll see. It might just end up being me for that. If you've got questions, that's going to be the time of the day that we're going to be answering those. Then we are going to get into terrific tools. So we're going to be talking about different equipment that you might want to invest in if you're really going to get into sock knitting. Everything from needles to accessories that will help you have a better experience and end up with a more professional looking product. Then probably one of my favorite tech videos of the day, we're going to be doing a demonstration of different methods of knitting in the round. So I'm going to show you how to use everything from DPNs all the way to Magic Loop, and I'll show you a few different ways to do the same thing depending on what feels most comfortable for you. And then finally, our last session of the day is, or our last teaching session is all about international sock knitting styles. So we're going to take a look at sort of the cool designs all around the world and what makes them unique and different from other places. Finally, we're going to have our first trivia day where we will be doing a quiz that everybody watching live can participate in, and we'll be quizzing you on everything that we talked about during the day. Now, it won't be so hard that if you've missed some stuff, you won't be able to follow along, but you'll definitely do better if you stick around for all of the sessions. So the winner of that is going to get a skein of sock yarn. We're going to purchase that from Bare Naked Wools and get it shipped to you. And we are also going to send you one of the books from our speakers during the event. Okay. So a couple quick other notes. If you purchase the VIP pass, we will be sending out those links probably during the sock yarn session. And then you'll be able to log into the VIP room on Zoom. So don't worry, we've got you. That will all be ready then. And we'll talk real quickly about the all access pass. So if you aren't going to be able to make it all of the days, then we have this amazing offer for you. So this gives you, instead of 48 hours access to the recordings, you'll get 12 months access to the recordings. But on top of that, we've got a whole bunch of great bonuses that I and the other speakers have put together to make the deal even that much better. So for $99, you're going to get all of this stuff. You get the 1-year access to the recordings for all of the sessions. We put together a resource library that's got handouts, cheat sheets, and transcripts for all of the sessions. Then we have the Sock Knitting Weekend Extended Edition. So we have a few sessions here that actually had more content than we could fit into the live stream. So you're going to get the extended version of those videos. Then we have the Sock Pattern Project Pack. So there are 12 amazing sock patterns that have been contributed from our designers. Some of them are ebooks, some of them would have a collection of patterns, some of them are individual patterns, but there's a whole bunch of options for you to practice what you've learned. One of my favorite is the one thing that I've contributed here, which is the Swatchless Sock Masterclass. So these are recordings from an event that I did about a year or so ago. And it's all about knitting your sock without having to swatch. And you'll knit toe up and you can use any yarn. So it's a really fun, interesting class. You're going to learn a lot about how fit and constructions works as you knit the sock. So a bunch of people took that workshop and they knit their first sock ever from it and it magically fit. And then finally, we have our skill building class bundle. So these are bonus classes that are sock related and not sock related. Sophia Talley has the Knit 2 Socks in 1 class that she is including. Jessica has a class all on reading charts. And then I've put in a few other little sock classes to help you get started. So altogether, a value of over $1,000. Right now, you can get 66% off during the event. Okay, so when the event ends on Monday evening, then you will lose that price. It'll go all the way up to $299. So it's a great chance to grab the recordings, but also get these bonus offers. Okay. And there is also the VIP pass if you are interested in our VIP hangout that we're going to have after the event. You get to hang out with me and one of our special guests. It's going to be a secret mystery guest. We're not going to say who. Each day we're going to be doing that after the event. And on day 4 of the event, we have a 2-hour class, 2.5-hour mini sock masterclass where we're going to walk through a sock from toe to cuff in real time, and you will finish that workshop with a finished sock project. So that is going to be working directly with me and a very small group of people. So if that's something that interests you, you can get that at yarnist.co/sock VIP. Okay, put that up on screen real quick. Okay. All right. So that's all the business. If you have questions during the event, write them down. Okay. We unfortunately, based off of how we're structuring the event this time, we don't have a lot of time for questions during each session, but we will have that block in the middle, and we will have time tomorrow and the day after. But if you go to the community to the Yarnist Society, you can ask questions in there as well, and I and others will be able to help answer those in between the event sessions. So there's a few different ways to get your questions answered. And, there are hundreds of, fantastic knitters in the chat as well, who I'm sure are happy to help. But if you're asking a question during the session, just make sure you write it down so that we can come back to it later when we open up things for questions. And depending on how things go, we might have a little bit of space here and there as well. Okay, let me introduce myself a little bit. So my name is Johnny Vasquez. I am the editor-in-chief of The Yarnist, which is a knitting newsletter that goes out every Monday through Friday, or most Mondays through Fridays. Sometimes I only get 4 instead of 5 out. I teach people like you to knit without fear. I grew up in Southern California in a little place called West Covina. If you've ever seen the show Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, there's a whole musical number about the little town that I grew up just outside of Los Angeles, which is kind of crazy. I love traveling, and a few years ago, I spent the most of a year traveling with my family, and I ended up in this little place called Estonia. So it is, as you can see, below Finland, across the Baltic Sea, right next to Russia, and east of Sweden. We're known mostly for in the knitting world, Estonian lace, which is those really beautiful color, beautiful lace work that you can see here, and particularly these little techniques called Nanup, which are kind of like little tiny baubles. And we also have a really cool Christmas market that people like to take lots of pictures of and talk about. And it's very beautiful and charming. And we have this lovely old town as well that has this kind of medieval vibe, although most of the buildings are from about the 1600s. So when I am not knitting, I like to play board games with my buddies. I love to go to the movies with my kids. And I'm a big fan of cooking good food, especially Mexican food, which is half of my heritage. Now, you might be wondering, when you think about a professional knitter, you think of this and not this. So how did I get here? Well, back in 2010, I was reading a blog called Tree Hugger. I'm not a tree hugger, but I was just interested in sort of like eco technologies. And I saw this Kickstarter campaign for a project called the Fiber Shed by Rebecca Burgess. And she was trying to make all of her clothing from within 150 miles of her home, which I thought was really interesting. And that introduced me to the concept of knitting that didn't look like your grandma made it. No offense to you grandmas out there. But my grandma's knitting was less desirable, let's say. So that really inspired me to want to be connected to my clothing. So I thought, maybe I could knit a sweater. And that would be something where I felt like I was involved in the process. But I needed to learn how to knit. So I went to Walmart, got a couple skeins of purple Simply Soft and a Teach Yourself to Knit kit. And I got to work. And the first thing I did was throw away the book because it was completely useless. And I went to YouTube. And I struggled to find videos that were really very good, which I kept note of, but I pursued and I found some that got me started, and I fell in love with knitting. So from there, I started making this scarf, the herringbone. This is a horizontal herringbone scarf by Bruce Weinstein. I thought it was a really beautiful scarf, but it was a little challenging. It was a technique that I wasn't really sure how to do. And another thing that happened at this time was I got a book for Christmas of stitch patterns. And this is edited by Erica Knight, who's kind of one of my heroes, because she really inspired me to do what I'm doing through this book. And so with the combination of these two things, I was struggling to figure out how to do this scarf, and I couldn't find a good video tutorial on it. And I also didn't have this Oh, and I had this book that had a bunch of stitches. So I thought, you know what I'll do is I'll just make a video every day of these tutorials to help me get better, and I'll share it because I think I could make better videos with my iPhone. This was back when iPhones were not nearly as good as they are today. So I started this website called New Stitch Day, and I've grown this quite a bit in the past 14, 15 years. I've made about 1,000 video tutorials. I have a few patterns that are kind of popular. I did some stitch dictionaries myself. I used to have a yarn line for a little while. I used to have a subscription box too, and where I made kits, and I had a yarn store for a bit in Long Beach, California. But I'm not that suited to running a yarn company or physical products business as much. Definitely, the yarn store was way more than I could handle at the time. But I've continued to explore this craft, and we've come here to create these events, which I found the best way for me to serve the knitting community. And I've been able to meet some of my heroes like Bruce Weinstein and Erica Knight. So this whole thing has brought me on a incredible journey that I'm really happy to be sharing with you. So that's a little bit about me. We're going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to be right back with our first session, which is going to be about the 10 levels of knitting. It's really great to meet you all. We're going to have a fantastic day. So stay right there, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, we are back with our first session, which is all about the 10 levels of sock knitting. So we're going to walk you through different methods and techniques of socks, all the way from super, super simple to pretty complicated. Now, these are directionally in order of complexity and difficulty, but this is just my opinion. This is not, you know, this is going to be all dependent upon your skill level and what you're comfortable with. So for some of you, a lot of these are going to feel like really challenging, and some of them may look more challenging than they actually are to knit. I've come up with my rubric, okay, on what seems challenging to me. I have not knit all of these socks, but I've sort of used some criteria to judge what they are. And this is by far not a comprehensive overview of all of the complexities of sock knitting. I could do a whole video like this on 30 different sock knitting techniques and all kinds of crazy things that you can do with it, but we're not going to go that far today. So let's hop into it. And we have our first sock here, which is this simple slipper. Okay. And this is basically a rectangle that's knit using garter stitch, and it's just seamed in a simple way to make it fit like a slipper. Okay. There's no shaping here, or very minimal shaping. And even from the seaming side of things, it's very, very basic. So if you have never made any kind of footwear whatsoever, this is about as easy as it gets. And because it uses the garter stitch, there's a lot of flexibility in the fabric. So you don't need to do the things you would normally do to get the fabric to fit around your foot. And then this is a free pattern from Drops. There are similar patterns to this all over the internet, but this is one that I thought illustrates very well what we're talking about. Next, we have this 2-needle slipper sock from Ananitato Lolo. She has a website called Crazy Hands, and I think there's even a video tutorial for this online. But this one, you can see it has all the hallmarks of a traditionally knit sock, but it is knit entirely flat. So this has a little bit of shaping in certain parts of it, but the shaping is very simple. It's, knit two together, slip, slip, knit, that kind of shaping. Again, this one is knit almost entirely in garter stitch, and then it's seamed in a way where it will then fit your foot very well. So again, the garter stitch here is doing a lot of the work in sort of supporting and fitting around your foot. But because you can knit this flat, it makes it very simple for someone who is not that used to knitting in the round. Now, this is kind of like the flat sock that we will be talking about on Saturday with Holly Yo, but hers is a little bit more complex than this one. So that's why I didn't include that one here, but we'll take a look at one of Holly's patterns in a bit. So we're still very much in the simple side of things. And this is just a generic tube sock. So it is basically a giant leg warmer that has a bit of shaping at the toe to fit, around, maybe be snugger around the toe. Okay. But there is no heel shaping in a sock like this. There is no gusset. There's no anything like that. You just have a little bit of shaping around the toe, and otherwise it's a gigantic tube. And this is how socks were knit for a very, very long time. But these don't usually fit very well. They're very kind of like cozy, comfy socks that you wear at home. But they usually are going to have a lot of extra fabric to it. These ones are knit on kind of a bulky, chunky yarn, so they knit up really quickly, and they make like a great quick gift. Now, a technique that you might not have seen before is also a tube sock, but this uses a really interesting method to make the sock fit much, much better. And you can kind of see in this picture that there's these subtle diagonal stripes. And what's happening in this sock is you're knitting what's essentially horizontal or diagonal ribbing that is creating a spiral. So these are called a spiral tube sock. And they, because of the way that that spiral twists around the foot, it actually hugs the foot so that it stays in better place. So you can knit this with some negative ease so that it will hug your leg, and it actually fits pretty nicely. So there is a little bit more shaping in the toe, but essentially it's still a tube sock. So if you're just getting into knitting socks and you're practicing knitting in the round, this is definitely a tiny level up. So next we're going to talk about this pattern by Holly Yo, who's one of our speakers. She's going to have presentations both tomorrow and on Saturday. And this is a classic example of a traditionally knit sock. It has a toe, I believe this is a toe up construction. It has your gusset, it has your heel flap. Maybe it's top down, actually, now that I think about it. I'm sure she'll correct me later. But this has all of the main components of what you would traditionally think of as a hand knit sock. So the only difference here is that, here we have the different colored heel section, which is just an aesthetic choice. There's nothing construction wise around that. One step below this would be something called an afterthought heel, where you're still knitting a tube, but you're placing some waste yarn to hold some stitches, and then you'll add the heel in later. We're going to cover that, I believe, tomorrow with Julianne Lebouthier, and she will be explaining how that whole process works. And that's a very popular way to make socks, because you can just knit a tube for the most part, and then add the heel in to get that better fit. But this is a great example of a simple hand knit sock that looks awesome because it's using some variegated yarn, and Holly's great at pairing colors together and giving that little pop where it really matters. Here's some other angles and some close-ups of that. Holly's been kind enough to donate this pattern, or contribute this pattern to the All Access Pass. So if you have got that, then this will be included with it. Okay, so now we're going just a little bit more technically involved with a striped sock. This one uses some stranded color work as well to get these little sort of mountain top looks, but this is by Twin Stitch Designs, which is Julie Ann, who I mentioned before. She has a great book called Knit a Box of Socks, and she actually talks about this sock in particular in her class on color work, which we'll be discussing on Saturday. So stripes are a great way to add color. They're a great way to use scrap yarn in your socks, and you can use this technique with an afterthought heel or without. And here's an example of using some other types of color yarn, scraps of different hand-dyed yarns to incorporate there. So beginning to experiment with using more than one color of yarn at a time, but we're still keeping the traditional sock footprint, the sock blueprint. Now, this next one is from Ann Hansen, who is teaching our session on sock yarn later today. And here we're talking about texture. So this one I like a lot because it's relatively simple texture. It's a really beautiful kind of ribbed sock that has a bit of this ribbed cabling in it, which is a fun technique I'm a big fan of. And I'm not positive, but I think that this also has some influence from German twisted stitches or Bavarian style sock, which we'll talk about later on today. Yeah, this is definitely using those Bavarian style twisted stitches. So you can now take the form of the sock and you can begin layering texture on top of it, not just playing with color, but with actually putting that in the whole leg of the sock. And as you can see in this sock, she puts it also on the top of the sock, leaving that bottom part nice and clean with stockinette. This one is also included in the All Access Pass and has put together a little ebook with 4 patterns, and this is one of those. And someone asked yesterday if there's any patterns for men. This one is being worn by her husband in the photo, so definitely stuff for men in there. Okay, this is a sock that I just really love the look of, and it begins to get into sort of alternative constructions and combining multiple techniques. So not just putting one idea into a sock where we're playing with color or we're playing with texture, but here we are playing with the construction of the sock and color work in different ways. So the top of this sock is knit in stockinette, but we have this corrugated ribbing that comes across the toe and the bottom. But I think what I like the most about this is this really interesting shaping along the bottom of the heel. So it still has a mostly traditional heel in it, but they're playing with the way that you move and add the stitches in there to create just some beautiful lines, but also get it to fit your foot in a more snug way. And now we're moving into the much harder options. So this would be number 9 of our scale if you've been following along. So this is a sock called Jungle Socks from Think Outside the Socks. I think, I'm not even sure the book is still in print, but here we have a sock pattern that is using, from what I can tell, intarsia, which is already not like the easiest technique. But to be honest, I haven't looked at the pattern to know for sure. This takes a lot of influence from some very traditional ethnic socks where you have all over color work that is different on the sole of the sock and the main part of the sock, and then some additional details around the cuff. So there's not a ton of great photos about this, but you can kind of get an idea of what goes into the sock on the inside here. But this is a great example of what you can do with the canvas of a sock from an artistic perspective when you're playing with color. I think this is kind of one of the peak examples. And then you have people who just sort of break all of the rules. So this is Stephen West, who you're probably familiar with his work, and he just likes to kind of mess with you and throw everything in the book at the project. So whether he's making shawls or sweaters or socks, I think he has a sock club every year where he releases a new sock every month or so, and he just loves to do interesting things. So the cuffs of these here use some striping with some welting textures on top of a this very classic lace pattern, feather and fan, or old shale, depending on where you stand on that debate. And then he's playing with the hand-dyed colors. He's got some lace work in the body of the sock. He's done some really fun things with the heel as well. So from a construction standpoint, this sock probably isn't that complicated, but because he's layering in all these techniques, it's going to be, a little bit more involved than your average sock. And I like that he's playing with the direction of the sock knitting on the cuff, because that is knit uh, 90 degrees of where you would normally be doing that. So that's the 10 levels of sock knitting. I did have one other one here, which is kind of just for fun, which is these little Triceratops socks. So the socks themselves are relatively simple, but then they've kind of turned these into a fun, almost like a toy, where they've added on some legs and horns and eyes and stuff like that. So there's all kinds of things that can be done with the canvas of the sock. But we have just a couple of minutes where we can answer a question or two. Okay, so we are gonna get prepped for our next session. If you have any questions about the All Access Pass or the VIP Pass or anything like that, please email our support at hello@yarnest.co, and they will be able to get you all taken care of. The All Access Pass content will be available after the event's over. So we might be able to get some of it up before then, but that's, we got to hold the event and then we can give you the recording. So, and you'll get all access to all the bonuses at that time as well. So if you're freaking out that you don't have access to that stuff, it's not even loaded up into the All Access Pass space yet. So you can go there. It's just empty, but it will all be there by the end of the event or shortly after the event ends. And again, if you have signed up for the VIP experience, that's going to start during the Q&A session at 1:30 p.m. So we will mail out those links in a little bit. So if you want to sign up for that and get all of the access to those benefits, then you can do that at yarnest.co/sock VIP. Okay. Okay, we are going to take another short break, and we will be back in a few minutes with our session with Ann Hansen, all about sock yarn. Okay, we are back with our second session of the Knitting Weekend. Right now, we're going to talk all about sock yarn with my friend Ann Hansen. Ann is a prolific designer out of Ohio, and she has been designing for probably a couple of decades at this point. She has hundreds of amazing patterns, and she has worked with companies like she was one of the first wool people with Brooklyn Tweed. She's done classes on Craftsy and worked with great brands like Vogue Knitting, and she has started her own yarn company about 10 years ago called Bare Naked Wools, where they focus entirely on natural fiber yarns. And she is the creative director, so she is designing the yarns, and she's going to talk all about that experience and what makes those yarns really special. But she's also a prolific sock designer. She has dozens of sock patterns that are absolutely gorgeous. I owe part of my career to Ann. She was one of the first people to talk about my website, New Stitch a Day, way back when we started back in 2011. And that got us our really big first boost of traffic, and sort of word began to spread from that point. So I was really excited to chat with her and catch up. And she is going to share a ton of knowledge with you today. So let's jump in with Ann. Ann, thank you so much for joining me. And I am really excited to learn more about sock yarn and particularly knitting with natural fibers. So let's just jump right into things. What makes a yarn suitable for sock knitting?
I think most people look for durability, so it doesn't spring a hole right away after you knit it. To some extent, easy care. A lot of sock knitters don't really mind hand washing socks, but for some knitters, that's important. And comfort, that it's springy and soft underfoot, that it's breathable and not sweaty and heavy, and that it retains its body and elasticity so it doesn't grow inside your shoe when it gets wet and make a lot of uncomfortable creases or anything like that.
And what about the weight of the yarn? What distinguishes that from other types of yarn?
Well, I would say more than the weight, the way that the yarn is spun distinguishes it from other yarns of the same weight. So, for instance, sock yarn, sock yarns are generally fingering weight, which is yardage that's approximately 400 to 450 yards in a 4 ounce skein, and between at the mill 1600 to 1800 yards per pound. So there are many, many different types of fingering yarn, but sock yarns in particular are usually spun a little tighter so that they're more durable. And that adds as well to the springiness of the body of the fiber, so that even on small needles and little motifs, it has better stitch definition as well as better durability and springiness.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there's about 400, 450 yards in a 4 ounce skein of yarn, which is going to be a little bit more than 100 grams.
100 to 115 grams, so 3.75 to 4 ounces. Some fingering yarns can have more yardage and others a little less. But in general, you're talking about 400 to 450.
Okay. So, as sock yarn is generally fingering weight, does that mean that I can use any fingering weight yarn to knit socks?
The if you can, there are fingering weight yarns that are spun much softer for other types of projects, like for baby knits, for instance, or for shawls. And those more softly spun yarns may not be as durable depending on the fiber content, etc., which I think we'll get into a little later. Fingering yarn has a wide range of constructions and spinning tightness, just like all other weights of yarn. And sock yarns, though, are really engineered to be durable for socks, if that makes sense.
What are the benefits of knitting something like socks with more natural fibers?
Well, number one, I think the breathability is unsurpassed. So you're making a garment that you're going to be wearing in a close space inside your shoe or a slipper and against your feet. The breathability of a natural yarn just can't be beat. Even the more densely spun ones are going to wick away moisture from your skin and air your feet at the same time that they're cushioning your feet and keeping them warm. The reason that they're breathable is there's a lot of air incorporated into these yarns, and trapped air is actually what keeps your skin warm. That's the insulation that is the warming factor in yarn. So they're also going to feel cozy and warm the way you want them to. And cushioning and comfort are another important aspect in my mind. The color range. I love natural yarns for the color range. I just am in love with all the different colors. If I could do a pan around this room, which is I'm in our shop right now, brown and gray come in a multitude of shades, but there are gray browns and brown grays and whites and cool grays and warm grays and rich cocoa browns and taupes. There's all kinds of levels there. And you can buy non-superwash yarn that is dyed with colors too, colors of the rainbow if you want. So you can choose non-superwash yarn that has color added. And I just think they are really easy to take care of. Like I said, you don't need to wash them as often, so you can wear them a few times before you wash them. We use all our woolens constantly in our home between September and the beginning of June, pretty much, at least, and then socks all summer as well. And we non-superwash items in the washing machine. We are lucky to have a washing machine that has a really good hand wash cycle. So we just put everything into mesh bags and put them on the hand wash cycle with a soak, like an hour-long soak, and then it lightly washes with wool soap. You can put wool soap in there and spins out really nicely. So you just have to lay them flat to dry afterward. And that makes it easy for us. I wouldn't try that at home without testing it. So test it with an old pair of socks that has holes in it and see if that works for you. But
Or maybe even just the swatch might be useful.
Yeah, you can do it with swatches. I recommend that as one of the uses of swatches, actually, that you can launder your swatch and find out how you're going to be able to treat your garment when it's finished.
Oh, it's a great tip.
Mm-hmm.
With 100% natural fibers, how are those going to hold up compared to these more commercially made yarns that have maybe some form of nylon or elastic like run through the fibers?
Well, first of all, the nylon that's in, say, a 25 nylon, 75 wool blend is going to last pretty much forever, whatever the half-life of nylon is. But the wool in those socks is still going to deteriorate and wear away. So what you end up with at the end of the day is kind of this, in the wear spots, you're going to end up with a web of nylon only fabric at some point, and it's going to be thin, and the spaces between the stitches are going to be big. So the wool is still in those socks is still going to wear away. Just as a first note, with the natural yarns, what you want to do is look at the fiber content and the yarn construction to kind of figure out what's the best kind of yarn to choose for socks or anything else. Different types of sheep and fiber animals make different lengths and diameter of fiber. The longer and coarser the fiber is from a sheep, the wool fiber is, usually the more durable it is, which is great because sometimes those fibers may not be the ones that you want right next to your neck for a scarf or a cowl. But for socks, they're great because, they're much more durable. And then there are fibers like silk and alpaca that are very fine, but are still super strong. So those fibers can be either used alone or blended with coarser fibers to make them softer, or with weaker fibers to make them stronger so that you get a nice sock blend. For instance, our Better Breakfast fingering yarn is 65% merino wool and 35% alpaca. And it's really soft and squishy. It's our best selling, softest yarn. But the merino together with the alpaca makes a great blend. For the alpaca adds strength and it adds length to the merino, and the merino keeps it springy and airy and comfortable and soft. So those two things together make a really nice blend, and it's a very durable yarn for socks. And then we have several yarns, like we have this Border Leicester, which is a 2-ply yarn, which is fairly softly spun, but Border Leicester is a long, coarser fiber, and it's in and of itself very strong. So this 100% Border Leicester yarn is going to be a really tough sock yarn for something like boot socks or even heavy hunting socks. And we have this nice cabled sock knit in this yarn. You can see that the stitches, once they're washed, are very consistent and they close up together nicely to make that smooth bottom fabric that I was talking about. The Better Breakfast, that softer yarn that I told you about before, makes a nice, like soft, fuzzy, comfortable sock.
So those are more
With,
like wear around the house, cozy socks.
yeah, or even inside a shoe. They are really durable actually.
Hmm.
And the stitch definition is still really nice. One of the things about that merino alpaca blend, because it's so soft, we have this spun as a 3-ply yarn. And so you get a nice smooth surface on this yarn as well, which contributes to great stitch definition. The Border Leicester, by contrast, is fuzzier, being the 2-ply yarn, allows itself to bloom a little bit more and be a little bit fuzzier, and the stitches are less distinct, but still pretty good in terms of cable definition. And then we actually have a yarn that we do make with a synthetic. It's our Modern Deco Sport. This is a sock knit in it. Has a little shine to it. This is a Targhee Tencel blend. Tencel is a very eco-friendly synthetic that is made from plant fibers. And the reason it's so eco-friendly is that a very high percentage of the water that's used in the process is recycled back into the process, and the chemicals as well. It's like 99.5% of the chemicals used in the process go back into the process. So this actually gets really great marks across the entire textile industry for its eco-friendly nature. But in addition, Tencel, which is a lyocell fiber, has a lot of the same qualities as wool. So it absorbs and draws moisture away from the skin like wool does. It's a temperature regulating fiber, which will kind of cool your skin if it's hot and warm your skin if it's cool. So it has that ability. It's used in a lot of sports clothing and outdoor wear like that. So we've been using it in this Modern Deco blend, and we just love it. It's got a beautiful buttery hand, and it's a performance fiber. So we love that. And it's natural. And so this is blended with Targhee, and I can't say enough nice things about that yarn. It's great. And we have several other, single breed yarns, meaning that they are spun from just one type of sheep's wool. We have a Blueface Leicester wool. We have the Border Leicester. We have a New Zealand yarn, New Zealand wool. So there's plenty to choose from in terms of what's available in a natural fiber.
There are people that have allergies or sensitivities to natural fibers. What do you recommend for people that are looking for sock yarns that they can use if they're afraid of, or they're going to have some sort of negative reaction to more natural fibers?
That's a tough one. We do have the Unicorn Company makes a soap that does remove lanolin from wool, so it's their sensitive skin formula, and we carry it here in the shop, but you can get it, from them directly or in other venues. And it does remove the lanolin, which you are taking away that protective emollient ingredient that wool has, but it will help cut down on the sensitivity if lanolin is what you're allergic to.
And so, for people who don't know, lanolin is the natural oil that's in a lot of natural fibers.
Yeah, it's like a greasy, soapy substance that's, produced by the sheep's skin, and it kind of like our hair, our scalp produces oil along the hair shaft. It's very similar. And and some people are allergic to that, and there are soaps that can remove that. I think Dawn dish soap will also help with that. And you can turn to plant fibers. Now, plant fibers don't have the elasticity that wool has. So you want to, when you're constructing your socks, then one strategy would be to look at patterns that are supporting the sock with the stitch motifs that are being used. So stitch motifs that are twist stitch patterns or cables or very aggressive rib patterns where the rib runs along the vertical length of the sock are your best bet for creating socks that will keep their shape the best. And then using fibers like hemp and linen and silk and cotton instead of wool, or exploring, you know, we have had a lot of people tell us that when they buy wool that is not treated, that their allergy to it disappears, or that they can wear our wool when they can't wear other wools. It's a sad fact that a lot of the wools in the that are used in our clothing are just saturated in chemicals from one step of the process to the next. They drench wool in chemicals to dissolve the grasses and the vegetable matter and all that stuff from the wool. Then they might apply another chemical to counteract that chemical so they can go on to the next step. They use bleaches and toners and softeners and all kinds of things all the way down the line. And those things can, and then sizing at the end to make it feel more like wool at the end. So even in a non-superwash yarn, you're going to be exposed to a certain amount of chemical inundation in the yarn. So a lot of people may be experiencing sensitivity to residual chemicals in the yarn that,
Mm.
you know, trying something from a completely different base might be something to explore in terms of finding your right fit with that.
Well, I think that's another good segue into, I think, a conversation that will be very interesting is what's the difference in buying yarn from a more artisanal small batch yarn creator versus, these more commercial brands like, the big names that you find at the big box stores.
There's a couple of differences. Some are actual physical differences in the wool, and some are kind of differences in ideology. So, the first thing is that we work with small family size mills. What we know is that sourcing wool close to them, so they know the farmers, they're familiar with the flocks that are within their radius because they have this symbiotic relationship with that farmer. The farmer has incentive to raise better sheep, to put more money into food and grazing and shearing. to produce a really great wool product. And the mill has incentive to go back to that farmer year after year to purchase. And so the farmer can, grow their flock and produce even better wool. And we have seen that over the years of producing, for instance, our Kent line, that the Romney wool that we buy, we've bought it at the same farm since year one, and it's like year 15 now. And it just gets silkier and more beautiful and shinier every year. It's more pleasurable to work with every year. So with the artisanal mill, you're not getting services that are separated into different facilities. So they're not bringing the wool in, shipping it to Texas to be scoured, shipping it somewhere else to be combed, then back to the mill to be spun, then labeled at a different facility. They're bringing the wool in from the farm. They're processing it through all steps of processing right in that same facility, and then they're shipping it to us. So first of all, the stewardship of the fiber when it comes in, the responsibility for keeping that fiber healthy and happy all the way through the process is on one producer. So they can't point fingers at someone else if something goes wrong, it's on them. And so they take better care of it. And they know how we like things done, so they spin for us. And because we're return business, they want to keep us happy. And the other good thing about that is that you're closing that carbon footprint and keeping it very small. So the sheep get raised on a farm within 100 miles of the mill or 200 miles of the mill, comes to the mill, everything takes place at the mill, and then it comes to us to be sold. The fiber isn't traveling 3 times across the country before it gets to your house. It's just a really small carbon footprint, which is much more earth friendly. And I like that. And then the other thing is just being able to work on different projects, being able to say to the miller, hey, what do you think about combining hemp and silk and merino together? Can you do that? Would you try? Would you be able to work with us on that? Is just a great relationship to have. And on their end, you know, they've got like a fledgling farm that's got a great unusual sheep that they're raising, something that isn't really widely raised in the United States. They've got a limited amount of wool and they're really working on their flock, but they don't have an outlet for it. The mill can call us and say, are you interested in this? We know you have this club, you love all these weird different sheep, you like to expose people to different things. Can you take this? Would you or be interested in this? And we can say yes and deliver this rare, interesting product to our customers. And we do. And again, that circles back to the farm and puts money in their pocket to grow their flock and their production for next year. So those are the things I love about working with artisanal product. One of the reasons I got into making yarn on a production level as a commercial product was I got into hand spinning and I really loved it. And the main thing I really loved about it was trying all these different breeds of wool. I always did knit with my hand spun yarn too. And I loved the vibrancy and the liveliness and the responsiveness of this yarn. It was really different than yarn produced in a kind of high production facility. And I really wanted to share that with other people, but I wasn't going to spin yarn for everybody by hand. So the kind of nice medium is the artisanal mill can produce a product that's a little bit like hand spun, but has the consistency and the hand that most knitters require for their knitted garments. They want something consistent that they can count on. They can get the gauge consistently, but that it has some kind of like earthiness to it. And I always compare that to like artisan bread versus Wonder Bread. You know, our yarns are more like artisan bread, and some of those mass produced merino superwashes are the Wonder Bread of the yarn world.
And both have their place.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we like, so this is what we're making.
Well, I think that that's one thing that I've always admired about your approach to yarn making. You really kind of fill a gap in the industry because not a lot of people are actually going and producing their own fiber blends
Mm-hmm.
of yarns the way that you're doing. When people think of artisanal yarn, they're thinking more hand-dyed yarn,
Mm-hmm.
and you're really sort of like working on it at the fiber level.
Yeah, and there are some absolutely fantastic farms out there that are producing yarn and people I admire so much. And they're producing from their flocks. So you can shop in their shops, have like a more narrow range of yarns because it's coming from their personal flock. The way that we're doing it is shopping everyone's flock and producing a wider range of yarn types and fiber blends and single breeds so that there's a real variety within our shop. I think we have like 50 different yarns now.
Well, for people that are interested in finding out more about Bare Naked Wools and all the stuff that you do, and maybe see some of your beautiful patterns, because you're also a prolific
Yeah,
designer, where should people go to find you?
at barenakedwools.com. And I do have over, I don't know how many sock patterns, but it's got to be more than 75 different sock patterns. And almost all of them are multiple sizes and, you know, socks that you can customize as well. And we have a very active Ravelry group where we have plenty of sock knitters to convene with and ask questions of and enjoy sock knitting with them.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for sharing all of your expertise. And I look forward to having you back to share your expertise on more things, because you know a lot more about all of this than just.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. I'm happy to come back anytime. I love talking to you, Johnny, and your people.
Thanks. All right. Well, thanks again to Anne. And we are super happy to have her a part of this program. So when you compete in today's quiz, you will be competing to win a skein of sock yarn from Bare Naked Wools. They're not a sponsor of the event. We're just going to buy it from them and send it to you. That's the way that we like to do things here. So if you're interested in trying some really beautiful artisanal natural fiber yarn, I think you're really going to love her work. We're going to take a quick break to set up for the next session, and then we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back to the sock knitting weekend. We've already talked about the 10 levels of sock knitting, and we just had a great session with Ann Hansen of Bare Naked Wools, where she talked all about knitting socks with natural fiber. Right now, we're going to jump into some concepts around color work and choosing yarn for your socks. So we're going to dive right into that now. So let's talk a little bit about color theory, if that's not something that you've ever thought much about. And we're going to use something called the color wheel to explain how color pairings work. So if you're trying to figure out what color of yarn you want or how to pair colors of yarns together, this part of the session is going to be for you. So let's jump in. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about some vocabulary, which we use to explain different aspects of color. So the first word that we're going to cover is hue, and that is a particular variety of color. So when you think of something being blue or orange or purple or green, you're most likely thinking of the hue of the color. Okay, that's like the most pure version of that color. Now, if we pick a specific hue of one color, then we can sort of play with that in different directions and we get different variations of that color. So we have in the very middle, we have red. And if we go to the left here and we were to add some black to the yarn, that would make the yarn darker. So that becomes a shade of the color. Okay. If you move to the right and you add white to the yarn, that's going to lighten up that color. It's going to sort of make it less intense, and that would be called the tint of the color. And these are terms that you would use in painting where you're actually mixing colors to it, but it still works when we're talking about yarn colors. Now, if you were to sort of dial up the intensity of the yarn, then you would have the saturation of that color. And then if you go all the way down and you sort of remove as much pigment from that as possible, you would end up with gray. Okay. And that is basically, if it's completely desaturated, then you're ending up with gray. Okay, so we can put together those different versions of one hue with a shade, saturation, and tint, and that's going to give us our first color palette, which is called monochrome. Okay, so a monochrome palette has all of the same hue, but at different variations of shades, tints, and saturations. So here's an example of a monochrome palette that you can see on the left here, where we have that teal color, and then we have different versions of the teal. So if we're using the color wheel, we can pick our color, and then if we pick colors that are adjacent to that color, either on either side, these would be analogous colors. So these are colors that are going to look nice together, but they're also going to be kind of in a similar family of colors. Okay, so we still have our red here, but we're moving up the color wheel, and then that gives us that orange and gold colors. So we can see here some analogous colors that have purple, red, and orange, and they all look really nice together because they live in that same part of the color wheel. Now, if you were to pick a color that was directly opposite one color on the color wheel, you would get the complementary color. So when you hear the idea that opposites attract, well, it works in color as well. So you'll see these kinds of color palettes all the time, probably on your favorite sports teams, blue and gold, or orange and teal, or the classic Christmas pairing, red and green. So here's an example of a blue and like a rust color or an orange color across it. And you can see how those two complement each other. Now, this is probably my favorite color combination, which is a split complementary, because you have the complementary color on the other side, but instead of going directly across, which can be a little bit on the nose, you take the colors on either side. So it makes the palette a lot more dynamic and interesting, in my opinion. So here we have this orange, and instead of doing blue straight across, we get like a darker navy and this teal color. So here you can see an example of these together in this sweater, where we have, a teal for the main body, the red as a pop, and that lime green as another highlight. Then we have triadic colors, which is our classic red, green, or red, yellow, and blue. They're our primary colors. You also have our secondary colors, which are just shifting the color wheel 2 places to the right, where you would end up getting green, purple, and orange. And we can see other options here where we have like yellow, teal, and kind of like a fuchsia color. So these are all examples of triadic. In my opinion, this also has that sort of like simplicity to it as complementary colors do, because they're equidistant on the color wheel. But you can get some really beautiful patterns as well, like this sweater here that has purple in the center, yellow as a background, and that teal on top. And then we have a tetradic, which is the same idea. This is basically you're doing the split complementary, but on both sides. So you have 4 colors that are both complementary to each other, and they sort of like skip that. So they create this square in the color wheel, but you get this really beautiful dynamic palettes. Okay, and here's an example of a tetradic color scheme in a sweater. So that is the basic concept behind color theory. There's a lot more to it. There's stuff about emotion and what colors mean different things, and your color palette. How do those palettes look? How does a palette look on you? And even playing with the different intensities of the colors within those palettes are going to give you a whole bunch of dynamic ranges. But right now, what I want to do is jump over and talk about yarn. So I want to show you some examples of how color is used in yarn, so that you can make some better decisions about how to choose yarn for your socks. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but I'm just going to highlight a few of them that I think are particularly good for socks. This is not about the sock weight or anything like that. This is purely how the yarn has been dyed. So here's a semi-solid yarn. This is a yarn that has a lot of variation in it. All of the colors are similar. They're kind of in that same hue. So it wouldn't be like a variegated yarn that's like a hand-dyed yarn. We'll talk about those in a minute. This is a little bit more like a tonal type of yarn, where all the colors are in the same family in that monochromatics palette, but the yarn itself has a lot of interest in it because it's not one solid color. So you can see examples of this here with the swatches, and you can see how the fabric isn't just one simple color. It's got a lot of variation in it, but it's not overwhelming you because it's all in that same color family. My personal favorite kinds of yarn are these heathered yarns, which have usually they have a bit of white, a bit of black, or a bit of gray spun into the actual yarn. And so you'll have a base color, and then you'll have some additional color that is spun in there. And I think these are really good for anything. This is a very classic kind of rustic looking yarn. And you can kind of see here in the swatch where this has a bit of white in it. I designed a yarn years ago that was cotton and wool, and the wool would dye normally, but the cotton wouldn't take the color. So you ended up with a heathered looking yarn, even though it was done a little bit differently than this technique. There are some similar yarns that use the same idea that we'll talk about in a minute. I like these yarns just because if you're knitting something that's all one color, it's not so solidly one color that it looks boring. The fabric has a lot of visual interest to it without being overwhelming, and it's not going to compete with any texture that's in the fabric. I'm a big fan of gradient yarns. They aren't as big as they used to be, but this is where the color transitions slowly from one color to the next. And this is a really great option for socks because you can start at the toe and move all the way up, or start at the top and move all the way down, and you'll get this really slow color change all the way through. That's my preferred way of using colors like that. So you can see there's a few different examples here. Sometimes they'll just slowly change from one color to the next and have a completely different palette as they move along, or you'll transition slowly from one color to another color. Now, probably one of the most popular types of sock yarn is a variegated yarn. I would say for me, I'm not a huge fan of variegated yarns, but that's because I like to knit more like sweaters, and I don't find for me that kind of color works in big pieces of fabric, but it works fantastic in accessories like socks. And this is where the colors just change at random. There's lots of different ways to do this in yarn, but you can see a few different options here. The top one is hand painted, where everything's put sort of in a loop, and then they paint the yarn with different colors. And that loop is going to create a pattern repeat in it. So you can sort of see, you get these little tiny stripes of color in the fabric, but it looks, very visually interesting. And that works great on small pieces of fabric like socks. Now, you can do this in sweaters if you want. I'm not saying that you can't, but it's just not my preference. And then we have the speckled yarn here, where they have taken just sort of like a paintbrush or something, and they've splashed yarn or splashed dye in different spots around it. A lot of hand dyers like to mix these techniques together and get really cool different looks to it. It just depends on their artistic expression. But again, this is a great option for socks. Self-striping yarn is another great option for socks. This is where the yarn has been planned out ahead of time to switch from one color to the next. So you're going to have very bold sections of stripes, and a lot of times these are designed for socks. So the pattern repeats are going to look really nice in socks. And then here, these are tweed. These are less popular for socks. This is, inspired by tweed fabric, or Brooklyn Tweed, who used to make tweeded yarn. They made theirs a little bit differently than this one, where they were sort of chopping up a bunch of different pre-dyed wool and then spinning that together, and that was giving those like different flecks of color throughout the fibers. This does sort of the same thing, but they're just putting a little bit of sort of brown or black yarn specks in there. Not a big fan of this look personally, but it can look nice. I'm not sure that it's the best look for socks, in my opinion. Marled yarn here, this is where two strands of yarn are applied together or held together. You can do this just by hand, by holding two yarns together, or there are yarns that have actually been twisted together to get this look. I don't see a lot of socks knit with yarn like this, although you will see some yarns that have been made this way, and they're very colorful, where they have like a solid strand and then like a strand that changes color, and that gives a really dynamic look to the yarn. So you can see that with the one on the bottom. It sort of has a gradient look, but because there's a single strand of color that's going all through the whole thing, there's a cohesiveness to knits, and those look really nice in socks as well. And then you have undyed yarns, which basically are the natural colors that we were just talking about with Anne. And they're just beautiful all on their own. You'll just want to make sure that you're choosing a yarn that is especially made for socks, because there's a lot more that goes into it being socks than just it being yarn or being fingering weight. Sometimes it has a different fiber for durability, or it's actually manufactured in a way that makes it more resilient for knitting into socks. So there you go. That is a quick overview of the different kinds of yarn that are out there, and the options that you can go for color. We kind of combined a couple of ideas here together. We are going to get ready to chat with Sophia. She's going to be joining us in a little bit. So what you can do is if you have questions about socks in general or any of the sessions that we have had so far, you can begin posting those into the comments, and we will queue some of those up. And I'm going to get our VIPs situated so that when Sophia gets here, then they'll be able to ask their questions first, and then if we have any space left, then we'll go to the audience. So just hold tight, and we'll be back in a few minutes with Sophia and our special Q&A session for the day. Okay, I just wanted to jump back in here and answer a couple of questions that were related to like technical stuff. We'll get to the knitting stuff in a little bit. Uh, Teresa asks, do I have a written list of the sock patterns that I showed on Ravelry? I will post that list in the community. So you should have got a link in your access email, and I'll show you exactly where you can find all of that. So let me pull that up real quick. So if you go over to the side here, if you're on mobile, there'll be a hamburger menu up in the top here. You can click on that and that'll open up this side. And then you go here to event details. Okay, then there's a whole section in here where you can find all of the different days and the stuff that we're going to have going on there. So what I'll do is in the recap for this day, I'll put that list in there as a bonus for everybody. And then you can also come over into the introduction, introduce yourself, and you can ask any questions that didn't get answered during the event here in the Knitting Circle. If you're an all access pass holder, we'll be sending you access to the space, but as you can see, there's nothing in it right now. So all of you who have been emailing us being like, hey, I don't know how to access the all access pass, that's because it's not ready yet. It'll be ready at the end of the event, maybe a little bit sooner, but after the event's over is when we'll fill this up with all of the recordings and all of the different sessions broken out so it's easy for you to navigate, and you'll get all of those bonus sections as well for everybody. Okay, so you can find that here at you have to click the link in the email that I sent with this access link, and that will, if you never had an account before, it will help you create your account. And if you have an account already, it will add this space into your account. Okay, so you got to click that link in the email. Okay, and then there was another question here real quick. The pattern of the analogous sweater that I was showing, let me, I don't know what the pattern is off the top of my head, but if you email me, I will look it up and I will send it to you. And Patricia asks, great so far, missed the first hour. Can you tell us about the quizzes, please? Yeah, so we're going to have a live quiz where we'll explain how that works a little bit later. But you'll be able to sort of compete with everybody else that's watching live. And the winner of that's going to get one of the books from our authors sent to you, and a yarn, skein of yarn from Bare Naked Wools. That's Ann Hansen's company, as your prize for today. We're going to be doing that every day at the end of the day, right before we jump into our VIP hangout for our VIP pass holder, our VIP experience holders. You will be able to participate at the end of the day, and each day is going to be about the sessions from that day. And then on Sunday, we're going to have a big one that's about the whole weekend. Okay, and that's a much bigger prize. So we will see you at 3:30 when we do that. Okay, and let's go. Okay, we have. Okay, so we are going to be back in just a couple of minutes, and we will have Sophia joining us to answer some of your guys' sock knitting questions. So super excited. She's already waiting in the green room. So we're going to get going soon. Okay, we are here with Sophia Talley, joining us all the way from you're in North Carolina.
Indiana, close.
Yeah, of course. I don't know why I thought that you were in North Carolina. Okay, well, yeah, we have one of our speakers here live to answer your questions. I already asked the VIP room if they had any questions for you, but they said that they just want to hang out and watch. So we can bring them on stage real quick.
Cool.
Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Say hi, everybody. So we have a few more VIPs that'll be joining us a little bit later, but this is our VIP room right now, and we will all be hanging out with a special guest later today at the end of the show. But tomorrow, if you have questions that you want to ask directly to our guest, or if anybody here has something that they want to ask Sophia, then just chime in and we'll unmute you so that you can join in, and I'll keep an eye on the VIP room as well. So just raise your hand there, or you can put a question in the chat, and we'll bring you on stage. Okay. So okay, we have lots of questions that have already come in. So let me pull those up and we'll get started. Sorry about that. We will mute that room. Okay, Sophia, here we go. Our first question is from Diana. She says, what type of yarn is cool yet flexible for summer socks?
Let's see. Have you tried bamboo? I personally like a blend. So I like doing a bamboo and cotton blend. I even had good luck with cotton and wool blends. Those tend to be not as popular and kind of harder to find. I do love a good cotton and wool blend. It's like the best of both worlds. So I think you should give those a try. I would just avoid anything that's synthetic. And wool tends to be pretty warm, as we know, despite it having properties that will control your body temperature. I still find if I wore wool socks in the summertime, especially hand knit, just because the gauge is thicker than store bought, it's just hot. So try those blends first.
All right, that's great. Let's move on to the next question here. This is from Susan. She says, what is the proper way to measure your foot to determine your sock size?
So I think it almost entirely depends on the type of sock you are knitting. So for the socks that I specialize in, which is the Knit 2 socks N1, we use an afterthought heel. And so I always recommend that people measure the widest part of their foot. It's not a specific area because we all have different foot anatomy. So just try to visualize where the widest part of your foot is and then do a circumference measurement. Make sure when you're measuring that the measuring tape is flat. It's not constricting the skin. It's not too loose. It should be able to lay flat on its own. And that's how you know you have proper tension. But for every sock method, it could be a little bit different. Like in some socks, you do want it a little bit more snugger. You're going to add some instep increases. So when in doubt, I recommend if you're using a specific pattern, go by what the pattern writer suggests. And they typically do have a size suggestion.
All right. Let's move. We're just gonna bring them, like rapid fire. Okay, our next question is from Cindy. She says, is knitting socks with cashmere, if knitting socks with cashmere, would it be better to use a blend of cashmere with another fiber or to knit it with just straight cashmere?
So when I knit with cashmere, I prefer a blend because you're going to be walking on it all day. And I like to reserve my pure cashmere yarn for accessories that is not going to get wear and tear. So I'm thinking like a beret, like a hat you're not going to wear all the time, cowls. I actually knit my husband a pair of cashmere socks, and it's It's cashmere with a blend of silk for strength. And then there is a little bit of merino in there. So maybe look for a blend and maybe save their 100% cashmere for a more delicate project.
Okay. That's a great answer. Let's check in with Carol here. Carol says she's looking for a good stretchy cast off or cast off for toe up socks. So when you're binding off when you are finishing the sock.
So I actually don't like using the traditional stretchy bind offs for toe up. I stick to a sewn bind off. It'll look like a long tail cast on. So it's kind of not the prettiest bind off. But what I like about it is that it's the perfect amount of stretch. It's not so stretchy that it flares. Your sock will still hold up and stay up throughout the day. So try the sewn bind off. It is an Elizabeth Zimmerman bind off. And there's several different types because if you know anything about her work, she tends to change her methods over the course of the years. So there's a few to try. You just pick the one that you like, and it is worth learning. So that one's my favorite.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the sewn bind off as well. It's one of the few bind offs that matches the long tail cast on.
Yeah, I think it's the only one. Like she made it for that purpose, which is amazing because it's so helpful.
Absolutely. Okay, next up, this one's a little bit longer here. Mimi says, I'm having physical difficulties using smaller needles, which is anything under a size 3, and she knits loosely. Do you have any suggestion for yarn weights that are not necessarily for outdoor socks? Let's say that she needs to use a bigger weight because the needles aren't as small for those. How do you think?
So I'm also a loose knitter. And something that I like to do is I like to hold my sock yarn double, so finger weight double to create a DK weight. DK weight socks are amazing because they can still fit into your boots. And like, so it's not as thick as worsted. It's not a bed sock. It's more of like a great winter sock. You can also just use regular DK weight yarn. Just be mindful of the contents. Make sure it's not super soft so that way it doesn't pill. That's why I always recommend maybe doubling the fingering weight yarn so you get the benefits of a traditional sock yarn and extra durability. And it still fits into a lot of your winter shoes. Did I answer that all?
I think so. Sound good to me. Okay, moving along. Okay, well, we just did that one. Hold on. Okay, an even longer one. So, okay. Valerie says, I am new to making socks. Read a lot about sizing, but I've never seemed to get it right, especially when knitting as a gift for someone. And all I have is their shoe size. Do you have any tips or tricks? Like if a foot measures 10 inches long, should I knit a little bit shorter? How much negative ease? And so there's lots here.
Yeah. So again, a lot of this depends on what type of sock that you are making. Something that's really changed the game for me is I have a sock ruler. I got it from Twice Shear Cheap. And as long as you know the recipient's foot size, you can actually use that sock ruler to measure the length of your sock as you knit it in order to tell how long your socks have to be. But that doesn't solve the problem of the circumference of the sock. Again, I recommend my book, Knit Two Socks in One. It has size charts in it that's been vetted by my good colleague, Kate Adderley. And so there's really great size charts in there, but you do need to know the person's shoe size. So that's a great thing. Maybe look at patterns that a lot of people have knit to be sure that the sizes are accurate. Pick patterns that maybe have the shoe size listed. So all you have to do is just ask them for the shoe size. Some people had success with tracing out a foot on a piece of cardboard. I've yet to have that work for me. But that's something that a lot of people seem to like. They'll have the recipient trace out their foot on cardboard, mail it to them, and then they'll use that to create the sock template. So there's a few ways to get around that. Unfortunately for me, I feel like a lot of it was trial and error, picking the right pattern for your knitting style. So you may just have to do a little bit more trial and error, and I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, that's great. Next up, we have Betty, she's asking, which is easier, toe up or cuff down socks? I think something probably a lot of people are interested in knowing.
I think it depends on what type of knitter you are. So some people find toe up easier because you essentially knit until you run out of yarn. You start with the toe, and then you knit your sock until you're halfway through your ball of yarn, and then you have enough to finish the pair. The only issue with toe up is the cast on can be a little bit finicky. There's a few different cast ons, and I find all of them to be a little bit difficult for beginners. So a lot of beginners tend to prefer cuff down, unless they're a little bit adventurous to want to try that cast on. So it really depends on what type of knitter you are. When I teach my easy peasy toe up sock class, for example, I picked a Turkish cast on for toe up, and it is hands down one of the easiest ways to start a toe up sock, but you do have to learn that extra skill. But I will say toe up socks are easier if you're knitting them for yourself, because you can try on the sock as you go and you're more likely to get an accurate sock. So again, it really depends on your knitting style and what you're willing to try, whether or not you prefer to do a cast on that you're more familiar with, because with a top down sock, you can just do like a loose long tail, and it will still, work. So I guess it just depends on your knitting style and how adventurous you are.
Yeah, I like the Turkish cast on. It's really interesting technique that's pretty unlike anything else.
Yeah, and like once you nail it once, it's just super quick and easy way to start the toe up. But the only downside is you have this many stitches on the needle, which can be intimidating, almost like knitting with chopsticks. So it depends on the person. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Next up, we have Tina. She says, I have one foot that's a full size larger than the other foot. What should I do?
Well, I think that means that maybe your socks aren't going to be like the same size. I would personally knit my socks to fit my feet, and not vice versa. Just make sure I'm super comfortable. That's what I would do, though.
Agreed. Sorry if I seem like I'm distracted. I'm trying to manage a whole bunch of things in the background to keep things moving. So let's go to the next question here. Well, nope, that was the same question. Okay, Carol says, I have high arches. What can I do?
Okay, let's see. So I feel like I too have high arches. I actually struggle with instep increases. They tend to be too much of an increase. Again, I have to recommend my book. I really do, because it's an easy way to customize the sock to fit your individual foot, because it's such an easy method. This is also a great time to maybe start looking into afterthought or semi afterthought heels. So that way, because unless I'm misunderstanding, we have a high arch, typically the issue runs in with instep increases. So I recommend maybe doing an afterthought, delving into different heel options. I'm kind of curious what heel you're using, but I'm not sure if I could ask. So I don't know. Hopefully that was helpful, because I'm a little curious now.
Well, maybe she'll put that into the chat so we can follow up on that. Okay, this is one that I'm particularly fond of. Joan asks, what's your favorite needle characteristics for socks? So the cable length, the tip length, how pointy they are, maybe even the material that they're made of.
So this depends on the weight of sock that I'm knitting. So if I'm doing finger weight socks, I am a big fan of the Chiagu sock rockets, I believe they're called. Is it Chiagu sock rockets or is it Addi?
I think the Chiagu has the sock rockets, and Addi has the flexi flips.
Well,
but
like
they're called Crazy Trio in Europe.
Like I think I'm thinking about the line where it has, I think it's Chiagu lace and it's red. It has the red cable and it's super pointy needles. Then I think that's one thing about, that's my absolute favorite needle, especially for fingering weight, because it's so sharp. It's so flexible and they don't bend as much. Oftentimes when I use different needles, I tend to bend them because I just have an iron vice of a grip. When I'm doing DK weight socks or chunkier, I actually switch over to, I believe they're called like the Addy squared needles, or they're like a square, very lightweight needle with a little bit of like texture on it. And it's just more ergonomic, and it's just really nice on the hands because heavier weights tend to hurt my hands after a while. Did they ask about size and needle type? Like whether I
All
want.
of the characteristics, like everything.
So in a perfect world, I would knit socks with double pointed needles. But because I travel a ton and my son is 5 and he likes to grab things, I actually switched over to Magic Loop, which even though it's a little bit more finicky, it's easier to travel with. You just cinch your sock at the end, throw it in your bag, and you don't have to worry about any of your stitches jumping ship. So that's what I tend to use, just because socks are usually my travel project, but DPNs are hands down my favorite. It's just really smooth. I think it's just because what I started off knitting with was DPNs. I also do like flexi flips. Those are great alternative DPNs because you have to flip through as many double pointed needles to complete a round. So I guess you can say I jump around a little bit, but when in doubt, I'm typically using my what's that thing called? Magic Loop.
Yeah, I'm definitely more on the double pointed needle side. They've never really intimidated me, but once I was introduced to the flexi flips, I was like, oh, like I will get as many pairs of these as I can afford. So we're going to have a demonstration in a little bit on different methods of knitting in the round. So we'll show you guys how those work. Okay, next up is Lisa. Any tips for avoiding holes in the gusset?
Let's see. So
and while you're thinking of that, the rockets are by Addy. So, but yeah, I think the Chigu ones are the Chigu lace have the red cables. But
because I'm almost positive mine is a Chiagu lace because I like that steel cable, because that's not breaking. But with the gusset, for me, a lot of that relies on tension and on your knitted fabric. To me personally, I tend to knit loosely, so that was an issue that I had, and so I had to really focus on going down a needle size. I actually knit my socks on zeros, which kind of freaks out some of my students when I say that I knit on zeros, if not sometimes smaller, because I find that my fabric isn't dense enough. Socks need a quite dense fabric to be durable. So maybe try going down a needle size. That would help, and working on keeping even tension, because oftentimes our tension can loosen up quite a bit when we are working with itty bitty stuff.
Absolutely.
Did I answer that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Let me figuring some stuff out here. If any of you in the VIP room has a question that you'd like to ask Sophia, you can type it in the chat, and then we can bring you on stage to ask that in a minute. Okay, let's go with our next question. This is a follow-up. I think that you asked what the heel technique was. So Carol says, I do an afterthought heel, adding 5 plain rows before I begin to decrease. So it's just wondering if you had other suggestions.
I'm trying to think. And then you add those 5 extra rows. Because like for me, I too have to add extra rows there. And I usually do, let's see, sometimes I even add like a full inch. Like sometimes I go crazy. And when I say like 8 rows or something like that, or rounds, I guess. So maybe try adding more. But yeah, so I would have just suggested the afterthought. That was my main thing. And then, but maybe try playing with the rows that you add. And maybe that would help. Also, I was thinking too, like maybe adjusting the overall sock size that you use. What do you think? Johnny?
What do I think? I
Yeah.
think that I don't know enough about that kind of construction to offer anything of value.
So like my first suggestion would be maybe change the actual sock size you're using. And then maybe if that doesn't work, maybe adjusting how many rows that you're adding. Because if you're already adding 5 rows, that's like standard. Yeah. I wonder if it's an overall size thing. I want to
Could be.
see now.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to the next question, and maybe Carol can send you an email and connect with you later. Okay. Joy asks, do you have any suggestions on a style that's good for someone who has diabetes? I'm guessing because you have sometimes get those bigger ankles, is my guess.
That's what I was thinking too. I was wondering if they were thinking compression as well. Because my first thought was adding calf increases, and then maybe making sure that you have a tight fabric. But it'll be cool to get clarity on that. But yeah, so I honestly think maybe having a sock pattern that already has increases, maybe picking a longer sock pattern that has increases for the calf. And then maybe you could just not knit it as long if you're not looking for like a full-on crew sock. So I would kind of do that, kind of use their numbers from their pattern, and then not just add as much length to the area where you're plain knitting. And I'm also curious if you're looking for something that has more tension in the fabric or less air between the stitches. So I'm curious about that. But if so, maybe try going down in needle size.
Okay. Those are great suggestions. Next question is from Satal. Is a sock yarn skein generally enough for 2 socks and a swatch?
Okay, so this is debatable. And it really depends on the size that you're knitting. Now, typically for men's socks, I tend to have to buy extra yarn. So like my husband, for example, he's a US 12. So 100 grams is cutting it close, which is usually what's included in a standard uh, sock yarn kit. So it should be enough for like a woman's, maybe up to a size 9 I've done. But for men's, I tend to always get an extra skein. One of my favorite things to do is pick the type of sock yarns that come in like where you use 1 ball of yarn per sock, kind of like Patton's Croy. And then instead of buying just 2 balls, you buy 3. So you don't have as much yarn left over as if you instead of just buying 2 of the larger skeins, if that makes sense. So for my husband, for example, if I'm picking him up sock yarn, I'll pick yarn that's maybe smaller, like 50-gram skeins, and I'll just get 3 of them. So I have more wiggle room. And then for my socks, I actually just rip out my swatch and use it. So that way I can use all of my yarn.
Okay, we're gonna do a couple more questions here, and then we're gotta let Sophia go. So we're just gonna power through those. Next up is Nancy. She says, "Are there any tips to get rid of laddering when you're switching from needle to needle and double pointed needles?"
Yeah, this is another tension thing. And this is something I really had to work on when I first started knitting small circumference items like socks and sleeves. Something that you can do is you can actually switch around your double pointed needles as you go. Maybe use a clipping marker to mark your beginning of the round. And then instead of always knitting 20 on one needle, maybe you could do like 15 switch needles. So that way the point in which your double pointed needles join is always shifting. Hopefully that made sense because the laddering is coming from the tension between those 2 stitches where your double pointed needles kind of intersect. It's that tension not being even. So if you just switch that point around as you go, that should help. If you can bear to knit with 9-inch circulars, that would completely eliminate ladders. But I know that can be really hard on your hands. This is another reason why flexi flips are so great is because you have less places for where those ladders can form, and it makes it easier to kind of shift your needles more, so that way you can just continue shifting with each round and you get less spots for ladders to pop up. So maybe try changing the type of needles you use, focus on having even tension. Some people believe that tightening those stitches will help. I found for me, I was over tightening and causing tension issues. And what solved my issue at laddering was actually loosening those two stitches a little bit, just paying attention to how I was knitting those stitches and trying to keep it as close to the other tension. And it doesn't always mean to tighten them. I learned that the hard way. So there's some tips there.
Yeah, those are great tips, and I fully endorse all of them. Okay, let's do the final question here. This is from a newbie, Nancy. She says, when I buy socks, they fit. So why is it so hard to knit socks that fit?
I swear it has to do with the fact that our hand knitting is looser than what it used to be generations ago. And the reason why I think that's the issue is just because you have so much air in between your stitches and your socks are less elastic. The reason why your socks always fit from the store is because the knit is so tight, it's really stretchy. And so it's just designed to fit several sizes. When you're knitting socks, they are designed to fit one size, maybe 1.5 sizes. So this kind of goes into picking a pattern that matches your foot. Unfortunately, I found at the beginning sock knitting was a lot of trial and error. That's why I wrote my book, because it's a great way to start and find your size much quicker. So something to help with your sizing beyond my book, maybe I would look into toe up socks, because you can try them on as you go. So that way you can always have the right circumference, because that's the first battle to get over is the circumference. And then with toe up, as you try them on, you can try them as you go and then work on figuring out the length that you like, and then being sure that you're recording your findings. Also try to think about making sure that your tension isn't too loose. A lot of time our tension for socks isn't quite as tight as what it should be. We're not looking for sweater gauge. We're looking for something tighter than that. So
Yeah, I think that it's good to, adapt to the format that you're working on. And I think that especially if you're not used to knitting essentially a different fabric type,
yes.
the same can be said for, knitting something like cables, that you actually want to knit those a bit tighter as well to get the most out of them. So those are fantastic tips. Sophia, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us for a few minutes. You answered so many questions so fast. I really appreciate that. And we will see Sophia again, where she's going to break down the whole technique with the 2 socks in one on Saturday. Okay, so that's going to be a mind-blowing session. Even when she was talking, explaining it all to me during the chat, I was like freaking out. I was like, oh my gosh, this is genius. So I think you all are really going to love it. And we will see her on Saturday. Thank you so much. And where can the people find you if they want to go check you out before then?
So you can actually find me on my website, www.thedrunknitter.com. There you'll also find my books. My new book, Knitting Cowlets, is currently available on pre-order. It's another great one skein project, similar to socks, maybe slightly easier and a little bit more size inclusive. So you might want to check that out. And all my socials are listed on my website as well.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, thanks again for being a part of this event. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we'll see you again soon.
Okay. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Okay. We are going to take another short break while we get set for the next session, but that was a fantastic Q&A with Sophia. We really appreciate her taking the time out of her day to spend with us live, and we will have another special guest tomorrow at the same knit time, same knit channel. Until then, we will see you guys in just a few, or we will be back with our next session. Okay, we are back with the second half of the sock knitting weekend, day one. So far, we have what's going on there. Okay. Um, so we started out by talking about the 10 levels of sock knitting, and we just went through some different types of socks and in different levels of complexity. There are really dozens and dozens of ways to knit socks, and I didn't even get into some of the more crazy stuff out there. But we were able to give you some ideas for unique socks that maybe you've never thought about trying before. Then we had a great session with Ann Hansen talking about sock yarn and knitting with natural fibers and why you might want to do that. Then we had a session on colors and talking a little bit about color theory and how yarn is dyed and sort of picking out different types of yarns for your socks and what might work best for those. And we just got done with a great Q&A session with Sophia Talley, who answered a ton of your questions. We're going to see her again on Saturday with her session on knitting two socks at once, two socks in one sock, which is different than knitting two socks at a time. So I think you're really going to enjoy that session. Right now, we're going to talk a little bit about sock knitting tools and things that you might want to invest in if you're going to get into this this niche of the hobby. This isn't going to be a super long or in-depth session, but I'm going to talk about a few things that I think that you will find interesting or maybe you haven't heard of before. And yeah, let's dive in. So first up, we're not going to talk about yarn here. So obviously we're going to assume that you have yarn. This is more different things that you might want to have on hand. So stitch markers are going to be really important, especially if you're doing things like, your different stitch counts on the heel or in the toe. It's really useful to have good removable stitch markers on hand. And even if you want to have, I like to have like a different stitch marker that's a different size or a completely different color to mark the beginning of the round. Those are also useful for doing complicated stitch patterns where you want to make sure that you mark different parts of the pattern. So stitch markers are just an incredibly useful thing that you can never have enough of them. I really like these ones from Coco Knits. They're really beautiful looking stitch markers, and they are interesting shapes as well. I know you don't see some of these all the time. Next up, I want to talk about needles. Okay, so here are some double-pointed needles that I'm a big fan of, and these are called Prim Ergonomics. So not a lot of people have knit with these. These are as close as we've gotten to some needle innovation in the last like 100 years or so. I mean, we've had some fads in the 60s and 70s, I think, but what I like about these, and I have a pair here that I'm going to demonstrate with in the next session. Double pointed needles are my preferred way of knitting small projects like this. I learned to knit with double pointed needles very early on when I was knitting, so I was not ever that intimidated by it. I know a lot of people are intimidated, and that's understandable. It can be challenging, and we'll talk about how to make it less challenging in the next session. There are new options for knitting like this that are a little bit easier, but if you're going to go with classic double pointed needles, I think these are a good option to start with because of the way that they're made. So this particular version is made with the carbon fiber, but they also have a version that's just made with a special plastic. And you can kind of see in here that the tip of the needle has this kind of teardrop shape, and that makes getting into the stitches just a little bit easier. It's almost like having a ridge, like a soft ridge where you can just pick those stitches up. And the carbon fiber makes these like incredibly light, but incredibly strong. The plastic versions have a reinforcing tiny steel bar in the middle, but they're made of a kind of flexible plastic. And you can't see so well in this picture, but the centers of these are actually triangular. So they're very comfortable to hold. These are literally called ergonomics, and they were designed by Prim to be really nice to hold in your hand. So they have these in circular needles and they have these in double pointed needles. I think they even have some straight needles if you're still doing that. Either of these, I think, are really great options, and they are incredibly comfortable to knit with. The only downside is they are plastic, so they're a little bit more grippy than some other types of needles. But those really don't hold a candle to these other ones. These are Flexi Flips. In Europe, they're also called the Crazy Trio. And actually, they're designed by a German woman. And then she took those to Addie, and Addie was like, this is a great idea. Like, let's make those. She actually designed a new needle that's called the Crazy Snakes. And they're kind of these wavy double point needles, but they're just beginning to hit the market. So I'm not going to show those right now. But these are basically mini circular needles, I guess. But that little tiny cable in the middle makes them very flexible and a good alternative to regular double pointed needles. So again, I'll demonstrate how those work in the next session so that you can see, but they're way easier to knit with. You don't have to knit with 4 or 5 of them at once. You can just knit with 3 of them, and they're a good compromise between double pointed needles and using something like Magic Loop. Now, when you're knitting with any needles or any socks, you're going to want to have something on there that keeps the tip of the needles together and will keep the yarn from coming off. So I'm going to give you a couple of options. I came across these little sort of like squiggly, springy plastic pieces. You can find them on Amazon. They also sell these on Knit Picks and stuff. And they're not very expensive, but they're great at sort of just wrapping those needles together instead of putting something like a rubber band or something like that. And they're bulkier than something like a rubber band, but they're not as bulky as a needle holder, or maybe you've seen like a double pointed needle holder. So these will work just fine for any kinds of needles that you're working. So if you're doing the Flexi Flips or double pointed needles or Magic Loop, this is a great way to secure your yarn onto the needles without having to have a big apparatus attached to the top of your sock. That being said, if you want a big apparatus attached to the top of your sock, I thought these are really cute. This is a fabric DPN holder, and they come in all kinds of cool designs where you can, store your knitting inside of them. Very simple, but very clever in their design. And they're just really cool looking pieces of, almost like art. So if you want a double pointed needle holder that looks great, then I think this is a really good option. I think there's a few people that sell these types of things on Etsy. This is from Chim Hashu. And where is this coming from? This is coming from Illinois. So it looks like they make a few different things for knitters on Etsy. Okay, so let's move on to working on your socks. This is something that we mentioned earlier during the Q&A, but there's this particular kind of sock ruler, and it fits all the way down into the sock to tell you how big the sock is or what size foot it's going to fit. It has all kinds of different shoe sizes available on it. So you can have the women's sizes, men's sizes, European sizes. So, and it gives you also inches and centimeters to measure with as well if you're doing something that's a little bit more custom. Again, another very simple tool, but incredibly useful in the way that it's made. And again, there's a few different places that sell these. I think there's plastic ones, there's metal ones. These are some wooden ones from Knit Picks. So it doesn't really matter. It's all a matter of your preference and sort of what do you want to spend on a piece like this. But if you're knitting a lot of socks, and especially if you're knitting socks for other people, then this is going to be a really useful thing to have in your knitting bag. Okay, and then if you're wondering sort of like, how do you take care of socks when you are done knitting them, and how do you make sure that they have the right shape? Well, they are actual sock blocking molds, okay? And so these are going to stretch the sock out to get it in the right shape, and it's going to let all of those stitches reorient themselves and sort of stretch and spread out so that they look their best. You can get ones that are in a static size like this. These come in like a small, medium, and large, and they have they're made out of like a molded plastic. They're usually pretty like heavy duty, so they're relatively strong. You can also find ones that are made of like a wire, so they're a little bit stronger, and maybe even like a little bit moldable. I also like these adjustable ones, like this one here. So you can really dial in the length and the width, and if you want to sort of like make sure that the heel gets popped out a little bit further, then you have that ability. So having one, or it really just depends on how much control do you want to have over the blocking of your socks. But again, if you're really serious about getting into socks, then having a blocker is important, because if you've ever knit some socks, especially if it has a lot of ribbing in a certain spot, they look kind of weird because they haven't been blocked to sort of like get their final shape. So they may fit fine on your foot, but they won't be as good as they can potentially be after using something like this. So these are kind of the things that I think are going to suit you the best. Obviously, there's other things like, wool wash for, blocking the socks is going to be a good option. And darning needle, where, you can not only weave in your ends, but a darning needle is literally something that is designed for fixing socks. You're supposed to use it with a darning egg, which I didn't pull that up, but I can show you one real quick. And this was a device that it was used forever. I mean, it's still used, but you would put this in the sock, and then you can use your darning needle to sort of mend holes in your socks, in the toes or in the heels, where you get a lot of wear and tear. Excuse me. So you would hold this in there to give you something to work against, to make it easier to do that mending and that repairing. So these aren't that expensive. I think you can get them for like $10 or so. Excuse me. So, and in that case, the darning needle that you're looking for is going to have the bent tip, which is going to help you get in and out of those stitches a little bit better than just a blunt tipped tapestry needle. Okay, I'm going to jump in the chat here real quick and see what kind of comments do we have here. Are there any tools that you guys recommend that I didn't bring up, or brands or stuff that you suggest? We can take a moment to share some of those as well. Let's see. Mika says, I love my Prim ergonomics. Yeah, I have kind of a love-hate relationship with them. I would say that the circular needles, which are these here, the cords get kind of kinked, which is not the end of the world, but they're a nice like steel cord, but they do get kinked, but they're very flexible and stuff. I did have one of them kind of break on me at some point, and these numbers tend to wear off the more that you use them, but I don't know if that's the case with the carbon fiber ones. I don't have a set of those yet. Tina says that I started collecting old darning eggs, and a workshop on darning socks would be a great idea. You know, I tried to find someone, I contacted a few people who specialize in mending clothes and mending knits, but nobody was available for the event. So it's not something that I know how to do well enough to teach it. But for the next year, definitely that is high on the list to get somebody to teach on that. Oh, okay, interesting. Someone says, can you discuss yarn winders? What's the best? You know, I think there's two directions that you can go. So if you're talking about the actual ball winder, the spinning part, you know, you're going to be perfectly fine getting a cheap one from KnitPicks or Amazon that's, let's say, like $20 or $30 or so. It's not going to be as durable or sturdy as you know, when it's like in the $50 range, but it'll do the job if you're not winding a ton of yarn. Or you can go the other direction where you get like a really nice, you know, well-designed wooden one that's, you know, maybe like $100. And there's a few companies that sort of specialize in those types of high-end yarn management tools. And so they'll make Swifts as well. So they have the Amish Swifts that are sort of flat, that pack down real nicely, or they have the umbrella Swifts. I would stay away from the wire umbrella Swifts. Those are just too flimsy. But as far as the winders go, if you just check the reviews and see that there's a significant enough of real reviews, I think that you can't go wrong with one of those more affordable options. Leanne says that I find that the Prim ergonomics have a little bit too much texture. I prefer the slick needle surface. I think it just depends on what kind of yarn you're using. So if you're using something like a superwash or something that has some silk in it, or a really soft merino, then the grippiness of the yarn is actually a benefit, or the grippiness of the needle is a benefit. I always try to pair those with like a wood needle, or something that has more texture like the plastic needles. If you're knitting with a more rustic yarn, something that's, you know, that's got a little bit more grab to the yarn itself, or like a cotton yarn or something like that, then yeah, for sure, I want something that's a little bit more slick than the ergonomics. So they're nice to hold in your hand, but yeah, they can be a little bit grippy. Thoughts on sock knitting machines. So I don't know. I know that there are old sock knitting machines. I don't know much about newer sock knitting machines. You know, it's a completely different kind of knitting. So, you know, if you're more about like, how can I get this done as quickly as possible, then, you know, sure, go that direction. I think what we're focusing a little bit more on is that hand knit process. which is, that you want to have the control over every aspect of it. And I think you're a little bit more limited with what you can do with a sock knitting machine. But I'm also just, riffing off the top of my head. I've never used one before, so I don't know what's possible. I'm sure there's people that make really amazing things with those, but I don't know if some of the newer plastic ones are small enough for socks, but I could be wrong. Oh, that's cool. Crystal says Etsy has some row counting bracelets that are really cool. Yeah, I think that would be a good find. Okay. Laura says I use a bubble pop device that's kind of like an abacus for counting rows. That are a lot of fun, and they makes it go very quickly. That's cool. Lisa says, should you only wind yarn into a ball when you're going to use it? Does winding the yarn and leaving it for too long cause the yarn to lose elasticity? I wouldn't worry about it myself. I mean, it really depends on, I would say that if you are paying that close attention to the energy that is spun into the yarn, then maybe that's something that you want to take into consideration. I think for the average person, you're never going to notice the difference. So, and once you apply water to it to block it, like that's not going to matter anyways. So that could potentially be an issue if you're winding it really tight and you're using a yarn that doesn't have a lot of elasticity to begin with. So when it stretches, it might sort of get longer. But I would say that you're getting really into the weeds if you're worrying about those things. Leanne says, I enjoy, excuse me, I enjoy winding my own center pull balls of yarn by hand, at least for the first skein of a project. I'm right there with you. There's something called a NOS spindle, which is basically just like a slightly tapered wooden stick, and that's how you used to wind the ball by hand. I find it's just like a nice meditative practice. It takes forever, but it's fun to do every once in a while as well. So I'm right there with you. And Talia says, I love the knitting apps for counting rows, especially my row counter, because it works with her Apple Watch. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. And has a cool utility that highlights their place in the chart. Very nice, very nice. And I know that a lot of people love Knit Companion. There's a few other Knit and Note, and I can't think of them all off the top of my head right now. Reinforcement thread, is it a waste of time? I don't think that it's a waste of time at all. It's not something that I've used myself, but if you're knitting a yarn that doesn't have any reinforcement in it naturally, then even Anne suggested that as a way to sort of increase the durability of those hot spots in the sock. So I don't think it's a waste of time at all. All right, folks, we are going to take another quick break, but thank you all for sharing your tips and tricks on there. I think it's really great to get your insights and share the different things that you are using. And there was a whole bunch of stuff in the chat that I wasn't even able to pull up. So it's such a great experience during these live events to get the feedback from the audience and share the knowledge of the group. So we're going to be back in a few minutes with our next session, where we're going to do a demonstration of different knitting in the round techniques, so you can find the option that works best for you when you're knitting socks. All right, we are back with our, what is this, fifth or sixth session of the day? I kind of lost count. Right now, we're going to talk about different methods for knitting in the round. So I'm going to demonstrate the techniques so that you can see what appeals to you, and we'll also talk a little bit about the benefits and disadvantages of each of those techniques. So we're going to jump right in right now. And I don't think this will be super long, so we might be able to have a few questions at the end of this session as well. So let's jump on the stage here. Okay, so the first thing that I want to show you is working with double pointed needles. So double pointed needles are the traditional way to knit in the round. These have actually been around for really forever. It used to be that you would actually knit really big, like even you would knit something like sweaters using double pointed needles. And hold on one second. Well, my camera's flipped, but okay. So yeah, you would have very big double pointed needles, really, really long ones, in order to knit things like sweaters and such in the round. They're always going to come in sets of 5. Sometimes you might even get 6 of them, but they can vary in length. Okay, so I prefer ones that are a little bit on the shorter size. You can get them even shorter than this, maybe like 4 inches. I think these are about 5 inches. And then they can also be a bit longer. So you can get them all the way up to like 8, maybe even 9 or 10 inches, although I don't see those very often. But these are smaller needles. This is a 2.75 millimeter. So I think that that's like a size 3, something like that, knitting needle. I could be wrong. In Europe, we basically only have the millimeter, so I stopped using US sizes a long time ago. The way that they work is you're going to knit with just 2 needles at once, okay? And depending on the size of what you're working on, you would knit with 3 or 4. Usually I like to use 3 just so I have 1 less needle to worry about. But it can be easier to fit more stitches on 4, which is why you have the 5th needle. So you have all of your yarn on your needles, and then you're going to knit, transfer these stitches onto your working needle, and then this one will be free, and that now becomes your working needle. So let me demonstrate for you how does that work if you've never knit with double pointed needles before. So I'm an English style knitter, but that doesn't matter. Okay, so for this, I'm just going to hold the needle that I'm actually working with in my hand, and then I'm going to knit with it. Okay, and then right now I'm just knitting like it's 2 normal needles. I'm letting these other needles just hang in space, and I'm not worrying about what am I doing with them. Okay, and then you'll just knit all the way across the needle, and then once you've finished moving the stitches from one needle to the next, now this becomes your working needle. Okay, and then you just repeat the process. So you do that all the way around. Now, there are a couple reasons why people don't like using double pointed needles. And I think that it mostly comes down to 2 things. One, they're very difficult to get started with. So when you're casting on, there's not enough structure in the fabric here to keep things stable, and it's easy for the cast on row to get twisted up, and that can create issues in the fabric, and it's just kind of like annoying to work with. Once you have a few rows to work on, it's actually not that bad. There's a lot more structure and stability to the fabric. And so what I usually do is I will knit flat 2 or 3 rows and then transfer it to double pointed needles. And then when I'm weaving in the ends of the yarn, I'll just pick up those last stitches and pull it together. The other reason that I think people don't like using double pointed needles is because you can get ladders between the needles. And Sophia gave some good tips for how to keep that from happening. You're probably going to get a little bit of laddering no matter what, but being able to manage the tension of the stitches, usually I like to pull a little bit tighter on that second stitch after the transition, and that will help tighten things up and make sure that you minimize those ladders in between the needles. But that's essentially the technique when you're knitting from double pointed needles. So I'm going to finish up this row, and then I'm going to move you on to the next technique, which is knitting with 2 circular needles. And this is a method that people sort of came up with in the last, 15, 20 years, I think, when circular needles became much, much more prominent. And so what you do is you would find 2 circular needles that are the same size. I don't have 2 that are exactly the same. So these are both 4.5 millimeters, but this is a hexagonal needle that I got from Indian artisans that I really like. Feels like a pencil, but it's made from American hardwood. And then I also really like these Collage square needles. These are probably some of my favorite needles of all time. If you like metal needles, these are solid aluminum. They're made in Canada, I think now, from a really cool company. But essentially what you do is you're going to knit half the stitches with 1 needle. So I'm going to just start knitting like so. Or I think maybe you even knit more than half the stitches. I don't really use this technique much, to be honest. But I know there's some people who swear by it. The reason why I don't use this technique is because there are better techniques. I would say that of all the techniques, this is the worst technique. But for some people, this is easier. So I'm just going to knit these needles off. And I think using this technique, it's useful to have some stitch markers to mark where your rounds are, or in the middle of the round is. So the beginning of the round and the middle of the round. So we're just going to kind of go there, and I'm going to stop for the moment, and I'll move those stitches. So the reason why you would use this technique versus double pointed needles is obviously you're only knitting with 2 needles. So, but I personally find that the expense of having to have 2 sets of needles that are exactly the same size is sort of redundant and overkill. So if you already have something like that, like you have an interchangeable set, and so that's easier for you to do, then this is an option for you if you're also not that interested in trying Magic Loop, which we're going to demonstrate in just a minute. So you would just knit all the way across to the other side. Now I'm making a mess. Let's get these out of the way. And then you would keep knitting for a while until you wanted to transfer to the other needle using this technique. Like I said, this is not a technique that I've used a whole bunch. I find it to be just too fiddly compared to other methods. But again, I know a lot of people, they swear by this technique. If you're using the right mix of things, then it can work really well. So you would pull out the end of one needle to give yourself enough slack to keep knitting with it. And then you just continue essentially till you finish the end of the round. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm just going to knit to the end of the round, and then I'm going to switch to a different needle style, which is, in my opinion, way better than this option. But it's kind of a compromise between the double pointed needles and this option. And we're just going to get to the end of this real fast. So if you have the two circular needles, then this is not the worst option in the world, but this is not my preferred option. There are also like 9-inch circular needles. I don't own any of those, but they're a little bit smaller. I don't like knitting with needles that are quite that small personally. I think I bought some for a sweater sleeve at one point, but they're just, again, it's a little bit just not enough space to work with well. So what I do recommend highly, and this is probably my favorite option of all, is these flexi flips, which we've talked about already a few times. So the flexi flips give you sort of the best of both worlds here, where you can knit like a double pointed needle, but they don't flop around everywhere. You don't have sort of like this ninja star of tips that you're trying to fight with the entire time. You can put some stitches on here. So you're going to knit half of the stitches onto one needle, and then you'll knit half of the stitches onto the other needle. So I'm just going to show you how that works real quick. Not quite half here yet. This little needle here is making it hard. Okay, and then I'm just going to knit the rest of these onto the next needle. It doesn't matter if it's exactly half, but it'll be easier for this demonstration to just get these off, and then you can see how they actually work when all of the stitches are on the flexi flips. And again, these are called the Crazy Trio in Europe. There are some other companies that are making their own versions of these, or you can buy some no-name brands from China. They all basically are the same thing. The ones from Addi have their classic nickel plating, so they're a little bit smoother than just the straight up stainless steel ones. But they're also much more expensive. So I think they can range, I think in the States, they're like close to $30 a pair, maybe even more. So once you get all of the stitches onto here, what you have is two mini circulars that are managing half of this, managing the stitches. And then this gives you a lot more flexibility to knit from. Okay, so here we have all of our stitches are just on 2 needles. Okay, and that's just way easier to manage. And because these are small and they don't have giant cables in them that can kind of stretch out the stitches, they're just way easier to manage. And then these come in sets of 3. So you always have a 3rd needle that you can then knit with. That should not be in there. To keep things going. Okay, so just knit across here these stitches, and these work just like double pointed needles, but they're just way easier to work with. The flexible middle portion of these needles work through the fabric in a much nicer way. So, and you're not dealing with, again, with those points everywhere as you knit. Okay, so that is the Flexi Flip. Now, one technique that people really love and swear by, and I will use from time to time if I'm in a pinch, but it's not my choice, not my first choice, is Magic Loop. So I'm going to do my best to give you a quick tutorial on this and show you how it works. And we're going to use the Prim Ergonomics for that. They're a little bit hard to see on this white background, but I'll do my best here. So we're essentially going to do what we have here, where you're going to have half the stitches on one needle and half the stitches on another needle, but the cord is going to act like a set of needles for you. And then you're going to have enough space to be able to manipulate the needle to work the stitches. Okay. And then halfway through, you're going to have this loop. That's the magic loop part that comes out the back that gives you the flexibility to work on smaller projects. This also is used to do 2 at a time socks. So you can have a really long cord and you can have one set of socks here, one set of socks here, all on the same cord, and you sort of work half a sock at a time. And if you're interested in that technique, we have a class on that in the All Access Pass. So again, I'm going to just knit. I'm actually going to be knitting all of these stitches on this needle. But what I'm going to do is knit half, and then I'm going to create our magic loop. And I always wonder, people have these like full-on classes where they teach you magic loop. You can learn the magic loop technique in a few minutes. The class is really about you practicing it and getting used to managing the yarn, but the actual technique is relatively straightforward. Okay, so I want to have about, let's see, this is 36 stitches all the way around, so half of that is going to be 18. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, and now I'm going to start the magic loop portion of this. So I'm going to push the needle all the way through here. And then I'm going to create enough slack where I can just come easily and start working again. Okay, so this is 1/2 of our magic loop. Okay, I'll just knit the rest of these stitches off of these needles. And then you'll see really how this works once all of the stitches have been transferred over. So we'll get the rest of this worked onto the needle as fast as I can. And you can definitely feel the difference going from the nickel-plated needles to the Prims. Like someone said, they're a little bit more grippy, but I would have to say that they're much more comfortable in the hand to knit with. And I do like that teardrop tip. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, as we begin working the next section of the fabric, I'm going to pull all these stitches onto the needle. And then I don't have enough room to come back over and knit these stitches here. So I need a longer cable that gives me enough slack to have a bend so that there's a loop here, okay? And then I have enough room where I can come back comfortably and start knitting this. So I need this loop to give me some flexibility as I keep working towards the next section. And I need enough slack over here to be able to start working from the other direction as I knit. And this is it. This is sort of the construction of Magic Loop. It's always going to look pretty much like this. Okay, and then I'm basically just going to knit those half of the stitches from one needle to the next as normal. And again, I use this mostly when I'm in a pinch. I don't have double point needles that are the right size, or I didn't bring them with me and I'm trying to finish the top of a hat, or even like some, the bottom of a sleeve or something like that. So it can definitely come in handy. And there are other ways to go about doing this. You can, not necessarily, you can pull all the slack out of the front of the needle if you want. I've tried that as well, and it seems to work okay. It doesn't work in every situation, but, and you can use this also for 2 at a time sleeves, 2 at a time mittens. You would just have a very long needle and you would have another set of fabric off over here. So as you work around, you just work every half as you get to it. And that's it. That's basically how Magic Loop works. Once you work to the next stitch, then you're just going to do the same thing. You'll pull out the slack, you'll get your stitches prepped, and then you're always going to have this extra slack in the needle. Okay, so let's hop back up and let's see what time it is. Okay, we are doing okay. We're not going to take a break right now. But it looks like there's a lot of comments here. If you have questions on any of the stuff that we talked about, we don't have any time for those right this moment. But if you go into the community, there was a link sent in your email this morning. We'll also send one with the follow-up. Then you can post questions into the community. So highly recommend doing that. You'll need to make sure that you click the link to get access to everything in there. But we have this event space for everybody where you can find all of the information for each of the days, the All Access Pass upgrade info, and the FAQ. And then you can come to the knitting circle and you can post. You just click here for a new post, or if you're on mobile, there's a button down in the bottom in the middle. And you just click new post and you can ask your question into the community. And it's a great way to meet other knitters and connect and get your questions answered. Speaking of the All Access Pass, we have a show special right now where you can get recordings access for 12 months, a whole year, and you can you'll get all of the replays from the event. Plus, we have this knitting resource library where you can get transcripts, handouts, and some cheat sheets and such from all of the different sessions. We have some extended editions as well. In fact, I couldn't fit everything from Anne's talk earlier, so there's actually probably another 15 minutes or so of her giving some additional tips on working with superwash yarns and a few other things that I think you'll find really interesting. What a lot of people are really interested in is the sock pattern project pack. So a bunch of our designers have contributed patterns for you to practice with. We talked about some of those at the beginning of the day in the 10 levels of sock knitting. Julianne has her scrappy socks. Holly has the only sock pattern that you'll ever need. The waffle socks are there from Ann Hansen. So there's 12 different sock patterns that you can practice with, all different techniques and styles and different levels. All of them have a bunch of different sizes. They're for women, they're for men. There are some that are sort of like pattern recipes that you can be really flexible with the designs with. And then we have the Swatchless Sock Masterclass. This is recordings from an event that I did last year. We had a small group of knitters that I went through this with, and you can knit a pair of socks without having to do any gauge swatch ahead of time, and you can use whatever size yarn you want. So it's a really flexible system. You learn a lot about the process of knitting socks from the toe up and how does it feel and fit as you go along, which I think is a great way to learn how to knit lots of things. And then finally, we have our skill building class bundle. That includes 5 different bonus classes. Sophia has her 2 socks in 1 class that she's contributed. Jessica, who's going to be talking with us in a couple of days or tomorrow about cast-ons, she has a whole class that she's included on reading charts, which is really great if you're interested in lace or cables or even color work. And then I've included the Magic Loop slippers in there. And you can do those 2 at a time. So if you're interested in Magic Loop 2 at a time, that's a great way to learn that as well. So total, all of this stuff together is worth over $1,000. Right now, you can get it for $99 if you purchase before the end of the show. Oh, and I'm not even looking, I'm at the wrong page. Great. So here we go. Here's all of those things that you get. The resource library, the extended editions. There's like 4 or 5 longer classes than we could fit in here with extra techniques and stuff. The 12 pattern project pack, the Swatchless Sock Masterclass, and the 5 skill building class bundle. Amazing value. You can easily pay $300 for just the recordings of the event from some other programs out there. You get all of them right now for $99. If you want to get that, you can go to yarnist.co/SSK-AAP. Or if you're on the live page, there's a button. You can just click that and it'll take you to this page here. That is only going to be available till midnight on Monday. Okay. So you want to grab that before it's too late. Other thing I want to tell you about real quick before we get into our last session is the VIP experience. Folks will be able to had the opportunity to ask questions, although nobody took it today. But the big bonuses for the VIP pass are this. You're going to be able to take part in an exclusive 2.5-hour live workshop. We're going to work from beginning to end on a toe up sock. It's a practice sock. It's a little like baby sock, but if you've never done socks before, or you're not that confident in knitting socks, it's a great way to practice all of the elements of a sock in a really small, quick project. And you're going to be able to work directly with me in a very intimate environment. And you're going to be able to hang out with a bunch of other knitters and get to know them in a lot different level than just in the chat. So I would say that it's worth it just for the experience of getting to knit together, but you're going to learn some great stuff as well. And then every day after the sessions, we have a special VIP hangout party. You're going to get to hang out with me. And then we have a special surprise guest each day. It's going to be one of our speakers, but I'm not going to tell you who. And they're going to hang out with us for the whole hour and just chill and chat and talk about the day sessions and our experiences and stuff, and just have some fun hanging out together. And then we're recording those as well. So you'll be able to rewatch the workshop and the hangouts if you weren't able to attend the whole thing. So you can grab that if you go to Sock VIP. So same address, yarnest.co/sockvip. And that is $99 today to get access to all of that, to the hangout party and to the workshop on Sunday. So the first half of the day will just be for VIP experience members, and then we'll get back together in the afternoon for a couple of cool things. Okay, we are going to dive into our last session, and let me pull that up. So this final session is all about socks from around the world. Okay, and so I've pulled out some examples of really cool, interesting projects that use socks as a form of expression, or they are incorporating some sort of regional color motifs or techniques to make their socks pretty different. So I think this is going to be a fun, interesting session. I learned a lot just in researching it, but let's get started here with these are the Labyrinthine socks by Leslie Comstock. And these come, these are kind of an Andean, which I think is Chilean, from the Andes. So it could be Peru or Chile. But that region of the world is known for really elaborate, intricate color work designs. And I haven't really seen anything quite like these socks. So they have all kinds of really cool things happening in them. You have a lot of intricate stranded color work. You also have these cuffs that have these really fun details. There's a little bit of these like picot edgings on the tops that give them this playful flair, but the actual body of the socks is also incredibly cool and elaborate as well. So they're doing some, corrugated stranded color work along the sides to separate the front from the back. But I really love how they have just used the entire sock as a canvas for color and really cool pops of color. And you don't see a lot of these color combinations in, let's say, like the Scandinavian areas where everything's relatively subdued. And let's say the color work patterns, while they're still intricate, they're not quite as complex as the ones shown here. Here's an example of the cuffs a little bit closer up. Here's some green ones. Super cool socks. And again, if you want links to all these patterns, these will be in the community post later. I'll put together links to all of these. So that's South America. Let's move over to Europe, where we have these traditional kind of like Scottish cabled, knee-high socks almost, and they're for men specifically. So I don't know a lot about the traditions behind these socks, but I have seen socks like this with the very traditional dress with the kilts and such. So these have a ton of cables, and what I think I really like about these is that this cable calf detail, which again, you don't see a lot of stuff like that in socks. And so this has that, northern British Isles, kind of knot work in the cables designs. Usually it's associated with like Celtic designs, but I don't think that the Scottish Highlands are considered Celtic. But, I grew up in America and we didn't learn our geography as well as we should have. But I just think these are super cool. You don't see a lot of socks like this for men, and these are like still incredibly masculine. And I would be interested to understand what is this little ribbon that they tuck in there. because it looks like there's a space made in these for that. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. Sticking with the cabled motif, we're going to move over to Bavaria. So this is a region in Germany, and this region is known for their cable work, but they do these very tightly, almost braid-like cables. It's not twined knitting where you're actually twisting the yarn around each other, but the way that you make these cables is by knitting all of those relief stitches through the back loop. So every single time you knit it through the back loop, you're twisting it on top of each other. And so it creates this very tight braid. And then, whereas a lot of cables are knit over the course of, let's say, like 4 stitches or 6 stitches or 8 stitches, these are mostly knit across 2 stitches. Or if they're knit more than that, they're going to be combinations of stitches that are more like ribbing. Okay. So you can see some more of the detailed cable work here when they're not on a form. But you can see how the twisting of the stitches creates those really tight, braids in the cables. And again, this is very indicative of the style of knitting that's popular in that area. They do it not just on socks, that they also do it on mittens and even sweaters and such. So it's a completely different approach to knitting cables, but I would actually say that I even prefer the delicateness of these because it's a lot more intricate than the sort of like big, traditional Irish style cables. Okay, next we are moving to Estonia, which is where I currently live. And I wouldn't say that these socks are so indicative of Estonian knitting. Probably the types of socks that you would see knit in Estonia are more Scandinavian in origin. So we'll take a look at some that have a way more Scandinavian look and feel to it. What really kind of makes these Estonian is the color work design pattern, not the color work itself, but the sort of the pattern that they use. So this is a type of color work that you would see in like Estonian style sweaters. So, and especially with this more modern look to it, where you have the kind of steel blue, gray blue on that like rustic orange or like a little bit of a brown. That's a design that I've seen be more popular these days. But the traditional Estonian, because it's a seafaring nation on, the Baltic Sea, you have a lot of cross-pollination with other seafaring nations like Sweden and Finland and Norway. Like Estonian kind of considers itself to be a little bit more Nordic, although the Nordic countries see it less that way. So you'll see sort of a cross-pollination in Estonia that you don't see in other places in the Baltics like Latvia or Lithuania. But let's take a look at one of those more Scandinavian style looks. This is actually a Baltic look. This is from Latvia, which is the next country after Estonia in the Baltics. And this has a very like Scandinavian feel to it. So you'll see some of these design details where you have the horizontal braid at the top here of the cuff. That's very popular in the Baltics and in some Scandinavian countries. You'll see these very geometric color work patterns. This is a much more of a Baltic thing. You'll see more motifs of nature and stuff in the Scandinavian knittings. Here, it's a little bit more just design work. And you'll just see these little flourishes of corrugated ribbing here and there as well. This is something you'll see a lot in the mittens of the area too. So here they've done the same thing, but they've got a self-striping yarn with a black yarn as a base to give it kind of like a cool look to it. And I really like this color combination here with the, kind of like the gold and the sort of like gray blue. That looks really beautiful together. But here's one where they use some gradient yarn to create a completely different effect. So there you go. This is a great example of the sort of color work that's popular in this region of the world. But here we can go back to this is from Norway, this style. And here you can see the use of the Northern Star, or sometimes it's called the Nordic rose or flower or snowflake. It's used in all kinds of iterations of color work in the area. So it still has a bit of that all over color work and some geometric elements to it. But the vibe of the color work is just a bit different, in my opinion. What I liked about these is this sort of like, they added in that Argyle design at the bottom here on the base of the foot. So I thought it was an interesting design choice. I haven't seen anything quite like that, but it looks pretty cool. And then you have that corrugated ribbing across the bottom. Again, the corrugated ribbing is something that's pretty popular in this area of the world as well. And I think one of the reasons why is because you get a bit denser fabric when you do that. So it gives, and you want that dense fabric in socks. So these are like super beautiful colors here. I like those little dots of brown in the middle. Okay, but let's move on to some other really interesting styles of socks. So we're going to jump over. We're still in Europe, but this is from Turkey. And again, this is a style that is very common in the area of the world where you're in sort of the lower Eastern European area. So I've seen socks that look like this in Romania and Bulgaria. But the shape of these is very much of that region, where they look almost like a mitten. You just don't have a hole. And then you're going to have a flat heel. So you can see here that the heel just kind of like hangs off the back of these. But otherwise, it's basically a mitten. And the construction and some of the elements are also indicative of mittens knit in the Baltic and Scandinavian areas. But what you're seeing the difference here is probably the Middle Eastern influence that comes from the, I guess would probably be the Ottoman Empire, which is centered in Turkey. So you have a little bit more of these, basically just a different look to the design of the color work, and a lot more color, brighter colors, richer dyes and stuff from the area. But I also like these little tassels. That's also something that you would see in the area a lot more is the tassels. Okay, so we got a couple more here. Before I show you those. Yeah, well, okay, all right. So we're going to jump over to someplace you wouldn't necessarily think of, but we're going to check out Japan. So in Japan, you have these tabby socks. So it's not that, I don't know for sure. I don't know how big the style is, but they do have these style of shoes that are kind of like sandals, or you would also have like a split toe. So they look almost like hooves. But you'll find actual shoes in all kinds of styles that are made like this. And in order to wear shoes like that, you need socks that have a separate toe for the big toe specifically. So they, of course, someone came up with some hand knit socks that use that style as well. And I like how they've played with, the different colors on the toes in these, isolating the individual toe. It seems this pattern has options for both the big toe and the regular toe. And this also have a similar construction to the ones that we just saw. So they're playing with some texture here on the top of the sock, but the big feature here that you're pretty much only going to see in Japan is that isolated big toe in the sock. And finally, we're going to go over to Bosnia. Okay, so these are really interesting. I've never seen anything quite like these. Let's see if I can get a bigger photo. These are made by Donna Drakunis, who I actually tried to get for this event, but she said that she's retired. She doesn't do knitting stuff anymore. So, but has some roots in Latvia and or Lithuania, I think, actually. And so she did a tour of this area, and she, designed a bunch of socks that were influenced by that. But I just really love the kind of unique color work approach to these. They're kind of more like slippers in this case, but if we get a different angle, you can see on the side. Again, we have the little tab, not the tab, the little tassels along the side, but I really love the heels on this. They're super interesting. Never seen anything quite like this. And the toes match as well, but I think there is a close-up of the heel from this pattern. And yeah, here we go. So you can see how intricate the color work is on these heels. And I think that's something that you don't see that often. So it's still just, basic stranded color work, but it's a really interesting approach. And I think that's something that you'll see in a lot of folk style knitting in that region of Europe, is this high attention to detail, interesting color patterns, and very intricate color work with a lot of the design motifs, but it's not consistent throughout the whole thing. They're really going to play with the design in different portions of the sock to just have a lot of fun. And I think that that's a great example of what makes socks and the expression of socks all around the world such an interesting thing to explore. So that is the trip around the world with socks. So I don't know enough personally about the details of all of those different regions beyond what I shared to answer any questions on those. But we're going to take a little bit of time to get ready for our quiz. And so I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'm going to explain how it works. We're going to give people a chance to get ready to participate, and then we're going to see who is paying attention today. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, we are back with our final session of the day, which is our quiz of the day. So we're using some new technology here, so we're going to see if everything works the way that we think that it should. But you can use the link that I put into the chat in order to get into the game. Maybe it takes a minute to load. We've got 14 questions that are going to cover a variety of topics from the session. Whoever gets the most questions right is going to win a copy of one of the books from our speakers this weekend and skein of yarn from Bare Naked Wools. So let's jump into that. If you're not going to play the game and you're just watching, that's fine. But what I would love for you to do is to share in the chat your biggest takeaway from today. And we'll take a look at those when we finish so we can sort of review all together the stuff that we learned over the course of the last 4 hours. So let me see if this works. Okay, and start. Okay, that looks like it's going good. Okay, so the game's going to get started in 2 minutes. So you might want to open that link in another page if you want to go to the web page. I think if you're on YouTube, you can also just comment your answer. I'm not positive. We didn't do enough testing of this ahead of time, but it should work. And at the end of the day, we're just here to have fun. Okay, it's a fun way to review what we've talked about. So if you don't win, it's not the end of the world. Winning is the knowledge that we've learned together today. Mary Shaw, she says that her biggest takeaway is that there are many ways to knit socks, and I enjoyed seeing the socks from around the world. Nancy said the Prim ergonomics, they're going to check those out. Leanne says, I loved Ann Hansen's session and Johnny's sessions on knitting tools and styles of socks from around the world. Jessica says, there's so many sock patterns. It's neat seeing them all. CK's got the great idea. We all won already with all the great tips. Loved Ann Hansen's presentation on sock yarn. And also that magic loop wasn't what they thought. Danny says that they enjoy the socks from around the world as well. Leanne loved the color wheel info. And we're going to get ready to start with the game. So let's see how it goes. Okay, so I'm going to jump off of here so everybody can see. You have 20 seconds to answer. 20 seconds to answer. What fiber is often added to wool to make it more durable for socks? Is it nylon, mohair, cashmere, or alpaca? And the commenting is only going to work on the YouTube, I think, if you're in the YouTube comments. So we're grabbing all of the answers for everybody, or you can get the link. Okay, so most people got that right. Next question is going to be coming up in about 10 seconds. Okay, people want to see the link again. I'll post that. Okay, why are superwash wool yarns popular for socks? We talked a little bit about superwash during Ann's event. One, they smell better than untreated wool. Two, they can be machined washed without felting. Three, they are shinier than regular wool. Or four, they are cheaper to produce. So why are they popular for socks is the question that we're looking for. So, and if you're commenting on StreamYard, it's not going to register. You got to be on YouTube or on that web page. So the answer is because they can be machined washed without felting. That's the big benefit of superwash is that you can wash them. So they descale the yarn so that it's a little bit smoother and it doesn't felt. All right, next question is, which of these is not a sock yarn weight? Fingering, lace, sport, or bulky? Okay, which is not. And we're saying here what is traditionally not. So technically you can knit socks with whatever weight yarn you want, but what would normally be used? Normally not be used. So computing the answers here. And the answer is, oh, we got all kinds of answers. But the answer is bulky is not traditionally a sock weight yarn. Again, you can knit socks from bulky yarn, but that's not what would traditionally be considered a sock weight yarn. And let's move on to the next question. So what is the name for yarn dyed to make stripes when you knit it? So is it speckled yarn? Is it self-striping yarn? Is it marled yarn? Or is it hand-painted yarn? Okay, and we're calculating the answers again. Speckled yarn, self-striping, marled, or hand painting. Which is it? It is, what did the people say? Self-striping yarn. All right, most people got that correct. And I'm guessing that if there's a tie, it'll be how quickly you answered the questions. All right, we're going on to the next question. This is question 5 out of 14. Question is, what is an example of a split complementary color palette? Red, yellow, and blue, purple and yellow, red and green, or blue, yellow, orange, and red, orange. So split complementary color palette. And that was a little bit difficult to visualize with just the color names, but let's see what the answer is here. I think we're going to get all over the place here. Okay, but the correct answer is blue, yellow, orange, and red, orange. So that yellow, orange, and red, orange are on the sides of orange, which would be the complement. The two other are complement. Purple and yellow and green and red are complements. And then red, yellow, and blue is a triadic color palette. Okay, so what does a sock blocker do? Does it, 1, protect your toes? 2, prevent color bleeding in yarn? Is it 3, to keep needles from slipping? Or 4, does it help to shape and smooth your finished socks? Okay, and we'll get the answers here. Is it to protect your toes, prevent color bleeding in yarn, keep your needles from slipping, or help shape and smooth your finished socks? Okay, and the sock blocker helps and shapes your helps shape and smooth your finished socks. That's those wooden or plastic or metal sock forms that stretch the socks out and help it to look the best that it can look. Okay, we're halfway through. Which tool is not typically used in sock knitting? A darning needle, a stitch marker, a glue stick, or are all of these commonly used? And we'll see who was paying attention here. We got to throw some fun ones in every once in a while. Can't all be serious sock knitting. And of course, the answer is a glue stick. And still people pick the other items. So, all right. And next question is, now we're in the second half here. Let's see how it goes. 23. Sorry, you have 23 seconds. What tool helps to measure sock length from the toe to the heel? So is it a yarn swift, a tension gauge, a sock ruler, or a row counter? Okay, and let's get the answers calculated here. A yarn swift, tension gauge, sock ruler, or row counter. And the answer is a sock ruler. Yes, absolutely. That's that kind of like big, long, rounded wooden thing that we talked about during the tool section that has the different sizes for your feet in different places around the world. Okay, what do the letters D, P, N stand for? Is it dual pointed notions? Is it double positioned nubs? Is it double pointed needles, or is it diagonal plastic needles? All right, and hopefully this one is obvious to most people as well. But the answer is number 3, double pointed needles. Okay, moving on to the next one. We've got 5 questions left coming here. So question number 10 is, how many DPNs are typically used at once in sock knitting? Is just one really long double pointed needle, which would be a circular needle, 6 needles, 4 or 5, or 2 needles? And we have, just one really long needle, 6, 4 or 5, or 2 needles. How many DPNs? And the correct answer is 4 or 5, depending on how many you choose to knit with. But I like to knit with 4, but you can knit with 5. We've got 4 questions left, and then we're going to find out who is our winner. Okay, next question is, which method is best for knitting 2 socks at once? Is it magic loop? Is it a knitting mill? Is it DPNs, or is it a 9-inch circular needle? Okay, and the answer here is it is magic loop is the best option for knitting 2 socks at one time. So that would be the 2 at one time, not the 2 socks in one like Sophia teaches. But for that, you would want to use magic loop. Okay, what is the Turkish cast on often used for? This is something that we talked about briefly in the Q&A session. So is it for top-down sweater knitting? Is it toe-up socks? Is it joining two yarns, or is it for doing hat brims? Okay, and the survey says okay, and we have toe-up sock knitting is what the Turkish cast on is. It's a technique especially for casting onto two needles. So just casting stitches onto two needles at one time, which I think that we will talk about tomorrow in Jessica's class. Okay, true or false? The oldest known hand knit socks were found in Egypt. Is this true or false? Or does it come from somewhere else? Second to last question here. If you're a Yarnist newsletter reader, then you know the answer to this. I talked about this or had something on this last week or earlier this week. Okay, is it true or false? It is. The tension. Wow. Okay. It is true. It is true that they are thousands of years old, and they are in a museum in Egypt, and they are those tabby toe socks. Actually, interestingly enough. And finally, what type of sock can be knit on just two straight needles? Is it a tube sock, a spiral sock, if you're paying attention to the first session, a flat sock, or an afterthought sock? Two straight needles. That's the key there. Okay, and this is the final question. We'll see. I think it just pulls up the winner at the end here. Okay, so the answer is a flat sock. You would knit those on two straight needles. Everything else you would need to use you could use it with two needles, but you couldn't do it with straight needles. So the flat sock is the only one that you could do with two straight needles. Okay, so our winner is Harmony Harriman. She got all of them right, and she was the fastest to answer all of those. So Harmony, if you can email our support at hello@yarnist.co, we will get your contact information and your shipping details, and we will get you your prizes sent out as soon as possible. We had 145 other people playing live. That's amazing. And tomorrow, we will be doing the same thing at the same time. Before we wrap up, go ahead and share your biggest aha moment or your biggest takeaway into the chat, and we will highlight some of those up on the screen. This has been an amazing day. I want to thank you all so much for being with us. Remember that you can get the All Access Pass for the special 66% off. There's a link on the page for grabbing that, or in the description. I think even on YouTube, you can just click to purchase that. That price goes away in just a couple of days, so you're not going to want to miss it. And if you're interested in joining the VIP Hangout, you can still grab a spot. You can go to yarnist.co/sockvip and grab your VIP spot. We've got our special guest is going to be showing up soon, and we will be hanging out together. So if you grab that, we'll send you the link to the VIP room, and you get to hang out with us for about an hour after the show with me and our special guest as well. But let's see what some of those takeaways here. Well, we've got a ton of stuff coming in. Catherine says, I want to check out those crazy trios. Loved all the pattern ideas. Susan says the different countries knit really colorful, elaborate socks was their biggest takeaway. Tina says, I love learning about the sewn bind off and the color wheel lesson. Christina said, based on your demonstration, I just ordered the Addy Flexes. Okay, very cool. Kimberly says, Ann Hansen discussing the different types of long staple yarns and all of her other info. It was excellent. Jane says that they're looking forward to checking out the row counting apps. Susan says, my biggest takeaway is that I wear socks better than I can knit them. Lisa, this is a great comment. Lisa, I really enjoyed today. I learned a lot about materials and tools. I'm not intimidated to be trying to make socks now. Well, that is exactly what our goal of this entire event is. So the fact that we've already achieved that and it's only day one is pretty awesome. Diana says Ann Hansen's session and your hands-on show with the different needles was their biggest takeaway. Debbie says, totally enjoyed the day. I really enjoyed Ann Hansen's talk about fiber. Yeah, that was pretty great. Charlene says, I enjoyed learning about the teardrop points on the Prim Ergonautics. She just ordered a pair to try. Oh, very cool. Patty says, the Ann store is awesome. She has some really beautiful wool. Francine, welcome back. I know that you've been at previous events, so thank you. Awesome first day. We'll have to check out the Knit 2 Socks in 1 book. Definitely recommend that book. It's a very cool book. I own a copy myself. Francis, let's see. Michelle says, it's great fun. Enjoyed all of the tool information and the elaborate socks from around the world. Teresa says, I always learn and enjoy your classes, and they're always worth the cost. Well, thank you, Teresa. I appreciate that. Okay, well, thank you so much for sharing all of your takeaways. If you have more that you'd like to share, please send us an email. We'd love to hear your feedback, good or bad. It always helps us. It either encourages us to know that we're on the right track, or if there's things that we can improve, we always want to know. So you can send that to our support at hello@yarnist.co. Otherwise, you're welcome to go into the community. Just make sure you check for the link in the email. We'll send one with the wrap up as well, and you'll be able to jump in the community, share your big takeaways if you weren't able to already. And all of the stuff from the All Access Pass, that's going to be ready when the event is over. So if you're looking for transcripts or handouts, all that stuff, we have to sort of get all that stuff together when this is done, and then we'll have it all ready for you probably Monday, Tuesday at the earliest. So just be patient on that. It is coming. Don't worry. You'll be able to get it to follow up and watch along with the recordings as well. So I think that's going to be it for today. Thank you all again. We're going to go jump into the VIP hangout with our VIP experience holders, but we will see you guys tomorrow here at 11:45 for our kickoff call. Until then, have a great rest of your day, and remember to keep knitting fearlessly.